Okay, everyone, I'm back. But I think right now it's just me and Ponent. Well, I feel like I'm kind of like wasting time re-explaining this, but for the record, for everyone that's going to be watching on YouTube later, I just want to reiterate, there is still the Sega Saturn 25th anniversary game competition happening. Yeah. That's Life of Brian, if I recall correctly. Although I might not, I don't know. Maybe you're just having a very individual thought. So yeah, game competition's happening. There is a tiny little prize pot. Maybe it will expand with a little bit of crowdfunding. We'll figure that out later. Right now, the results look pretty heavily in favor of High Fantasy and Magic. That's not the only option. The theme is optional, but we're trying to, encourage a theme anyway, and I'm assuming some people are going to vote based on the theme. I don't know. But there are other options, and if more people come in and try to cast a vote, there's a chance that one of these other guys is going to take over, although I don't have a lot of hope for conventional warfare. So yeah. If you want to join the competition, even if you're just like a beginner programmer, you have 3 months from August 15th to November 15th to try and slap together something functional on the Sega Saturn and submit it on this forum thread. The forum thread is linked below both in Twitch and in the YouTube description. So go ahead and just, give it a shot. It doesn't hurt to try because it's, free entry. I think we have at least 4 or 5 people confirmed that they're going to at least try to put something out for the competition. And I'm going to try and put out the best version of Seniriu that I can for this competition. Unless the theme becomes so greatly different from what the game's focus is, where I might be forced to pivot a bit and make like a 2D game for something, for some other setting. But Seniriu should have both science fiction and high fantasy components to it, so I feel like I can easily implement some high fantasy theming to it, assuming that the actual game part of the game works out right. And on that note, let's go ahead and get back to the actual code part of the code. Now, if you recall, at the end of the last stream, I basically had to comment out everything that I actually worked on because we ran into the problem where the compiler did not want to implement... Oh, why is this commented out? Whatever. The compiler did not want to implement all these extra functions. So we have, I guess, 1 or 2 too many functions. There's a hard limit on that. So what I'm going to do is try to break these off into another kind of mini library there. So I'm going to call it separate 3D. That means I'm going to have to include that in the make file. And that also means I'm going to have to make some additional include statements. Separate underscore 3D.c. My make file is just going to be like this long list of sources that I'm just going to bring in one at a time. It's going to be interesting to say the least. Okay, so let's make a new file and hopefully this thing will. What can I do? New. There we go. And then kind of release. Okay, everything's basically parent level anyway, so I'll just save it in the same folder as everything else. And call it separate underscore 3D dot. This is the header file .h. There we go. And what can we get rid of? We can get rid of everything that's redundant. That includes all this crap, all this crap. The stuff that gets commented out gets saved. Go, this stays. Alright. And then we're probably going to end up we're going to want to include the 2D separation probably. I'd be surprised if we didn't use it at all. I'm hoping that what I did wasn't completely worthless. At the very least, it's useful for you guys making 2D games for the competition because we already pretty much, not thoroughly, but tested it well enough where we can confirm it should be good enough for whatever game you make. So you're not stuck to a grid-based system for collision if you want to make like a platformer or a fighter or something like that. So you guys are free to use that as long as you give me my credit at the top with that little notice there that you can see. Let's try porting this guy over to separate 3D. Separate underscore 3D.c. This is a .c file. And let's get rid of everything that isn't commented out. Go. Then we'll figure out the rest later. So this whole function gets junked. And we're gonna wipe basically all this. But we are probably going to... Okay, it's already included there. So let's also include our separate underscore 3D. Just to be thorough. So, first off, let's try to compile this. We're not actually implementing any of these... Well, we're not using any of these functions. So if we just compile this, hopefully it will run. Oh, there we go. Made the ISO and everything. Wonderful. Why is my controller not working? Because it's not plugged in. Huh. Okay. Hopefully that didn't do anything. Okay, let's try that again. Forgot to plug in the Saturn controller, so I lost control. Okay, run again. There we are. Okay, confirming that I still have boxes, and those boxes can fall up until they hit a rough collision boundary. What we're going to do is we're going to switch from rough collision to triggering a check for full collision. That's the plan. Now we got to make sure the full collision actually freaking works. Alright. Okay, so last thing we did was this giant, disgusting mess. And this was a translation of a rotation matrix for 3 rotating angles, X, Y, and Z, which should be inherited from the parent object. The, box 1 ID. Where's box 1 coming from? Okay, so the box has the parent ID stored on it because of mutual inclusion mess. So we had that trouble where, you know, I wanted to make box 1 a property, kind of like a separate but property of the actual object itself. But we had trouble trying to do the mutual includes there because we had mutually referencing functions and properties. So we just made it so that the box has a parent ID property that knows where to point for the actual object, list of objects that we have in memory. And then we can take that object and pull the angle labeled theta for X, Y, and Z. So we're going to do that for 2 boxes. So 2 input boxes. Let me see. Actually, I want to make a quick fix. Where do we have the actual logic for the boxes? Is it here? There we go, box. We got corners, we got center. Okay, so when we create the... we're going to have a box creation function here. And we're going to create the boxes to have certain vertices, and then we're going to apply the rotation matrix to them later. But I think we need to do the initial test without any rotation, just to see if it actually works. And then we'll do the rotation matrix after the fact. So here's where we construct the normals. And we're going to have to also make some cross products after the fact. Where are we doing that? Unit vector. Okay, so we make the unit vector. Loop through each line segment on field 1. That looks like something that is no longer valid. Because that was for the 2D version of the code. We have... Okay, we have the scaled. That's still valid. Scaled normal, because remember, if we have a truly diagonal normal, then we're going to end up going out of bounds for what the max fix can be. Which is this case right here. So what we want is we want to anchor whatever maximum number that we're going to get times square root of 2 to be actual max fix. So we're going to divide it by basically 1/2, which is the same as multiplying by more or less this number, and that should do the job. Yeah, we got to do a projection here. We calculate field extends projected onto normal. Alright, so yeah. That will write to extent 1 and extent 2. Then we'll compare the overlaps, and it'll be just like what we do for the 2D version. Then we're going to loop through each line segment. Okay. Let's get rid of that for now, and we can redo it later. Okay, and then we'll do, we have to find a way to intelligently, programmatically sort out all the things that we need to check against. So, going back to, basically, everyone's come back to the same answer, so I'm going to trust it for now, because it seemed to work out last time. We were going to check the 3 normals. Remember, these are boxes, so these essentially bounding boxes, they're only have, instead of 6 normals, 3 of them are redundant, we're going to only use 3 of them. So plus x and minus x will give you the same collision result. We have the 3-face normals from one, 3-face normals from the other. Remember, these guys can rotate mutually to each other. And then, let me see. Pairs of edges of A and edges of B. I'm not sure if this guy's communicating this right, because I'm pretty sure that these cross products are supposed to be for the normals and not for the, Oh yeah, okay, this guy makes a good argument. Yeah, so in the case where it's a bounding box, where everything's at right angles, the edges and the normals are the same thing. I think in a more generic case, we wouldn't be using the normals, we'd be using the edges, or I'd have to double check. I'd have to actually look into the theory of this. But more or less, here's the explicit list of everything we're checking against. So there's 3 normals on the first, 3 normals on the second, and then the cross product of every one of these, and that's going to be 3 times 3 is 9. So that's 3 plus 3 plus 9 is 15. So let's find a way to sort through all these guys. We're going to have for I from 0 to less than 15. We're going to need a way to do... let me remind myself here that I have to apply rotation to normals. And that means I'm going to do, you know, rotation on normal 1x. How do I have these labeled? Oh, okay, they're all in this 2D matrix thing. Oh, there's multiple. Okay, okay, this is convenient. I can use this. Okay, sorry, I just noticed that you were talking to Ponut. Okay. So I'm not familiar with GoRad shading or just GoRad in general. Do you mind giving like a quick, you know, elevator pitch of what a GoRad normal is and how it is distinct from a normal? That's the wrong way of saying that, but like the normal of a face. Because I remember last time when I was talking myself out of trying to do the full collision, I was looking at a dodecahedron and saying, "There's no way I'm going to be checking against all these freaking edges. That's disgusting." Vertex base instead of face base. Okay. Normals perverted. But the thing is, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, how do you make a normal of a vertex? Do you have to compare it against all the adjacent faces? Or the, I guess you would use the edges. You'd use the edges and you'd find, like, a mutually... So you take all the edges adjacent to a point and you find the vector that points the furthest away from all of them. And I'm sure there's some convenient math to do that for an arbitrary number of vertices, or arbitrary number of edges. Okay. I'm sure that would... Thing is, I study light for a living, and I still don't know how shading in a graphics card works, because I'm sure there's a lot of approximations there, or there's just some obvious well, to me, would be obvious ray tracing that I'm just not thinking of. Like, when I think of ray tracing, I think of imaging systems and lenses and stuff. I'm not thinking of how light bounces off of some generic shape. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I'd rather just pre-bake everything in the Saturn, and, like, I don't mind if lighting looks flat if the combat is engaging. And that's what I'm really going for, because the 3D is only going to be there for the combat. There's going to be one-on-one combat, and there's going to be spaceship combat, and really, I don't think the lighting is critical for my application. I know XL2 is crazy about lighting. He loves to get good lighting in his game. That's like almost 100% of his time the last few months, I think, was just dealing with lighting effects. Okay, so I've got all these normals stored here, meaning that I can probably generate them ahead of time. And then this for loop is much simpler than I'm making it out to be. So, I'm gonna apply... Well, first off, I need to calculate... No. I can apply rotation to the face normals. 3, 4, 5, 6. Y, Z. And that's going to be, let me just call it 0, 1, and 2, and then there's going to be 3, 4, 5 for the second one. R1, essentially, times normal, 0, and then these last guys are going to be normal 1 for the initial index, and then R2, R2, R2. I have to go back and actually fill in what this will explicitly be, because this is matrix multiplication. R1 is a full matrix. It's a 3x3 matrix times a 3x1 vector. So we'll do the linear algebra after the fact when I get back to it. Because for right now, I'm not going to do the rotation. I'm just going to do standard box collision to just make sure a flat box falls on a flat box without problem. After the normals, what are we doing? We are... No, we apply rotation to the face normals, now we're going to calculate cross products. And if I recall correctly, I think I already have a cross product that I made way ahead of time that I don't know why I made it that far ahead. I guess it's because it was, like, really easy to implement or something. I don't remember ever using it. Let me see if... well, the header files is... Let me see. Oh, cross product and separate. Right up here. I should probably move this to the 3D portion because we don't actually use it in the 2D portion at all. So let me move it down or up here, and then I'll take it from separate C. Where are you? Here's a cross product up here. Does this music sound weird to you guys? It sounds weird to me. I'm going to skip it for now, but I'm not going to take it off the list. All these weird PSU tracks. Oh, that was bad. Oh, there we go. Sonic Adventure 2 never disappoints me. The thing about that is I'm not sure if I really understand SGL's matrix model. Here, I'll open up the developer's reference. Let me see. Add. Why is it called add? Adobe. That's what that is. That's not add. It's Adobe. Let me rewrite that. Oops. Okay. Cancel. Should know better than try to edit live. Adobe. Okay, there we go. I gotta make sure my controls make sense to me. So let's look at actual matrix. Come on, man, just give me a freaking matrix. Structure reference. There we go. Here's the attribute, the event, p data, picture, polygon, root scale, sprite, texture, work. Am I looking in the wrong place? Angle, fixed, matrix. There we are. So yeah, it's a 4x3. I don't know what the 4 is for, and I don't know how I would end up using it or not using it. Does the matrix multiplication just ignore the 4th row? Okay, it's a scale. So if I set that all to 1, does that just treat it like a normal 3x3 matrix? Okay. So it's just there in memory, just doing whatever it wants. But let's say I want to do matrix multiplication. How do I? The problem is I'd have to put it on a vector as well. Like how? Let me try. Go back to the beginning of this document. Let's see. Let's try. What is it? Matrix mult? Or is it mat? SL. SL multi-matrix. SL mult. Oh, okay, let's try actually writing what I'm trying to look for. So the funny thing is, if I do that, then I don't even need to write my own custom rotation matrix. What I need to do is just use the rotation matrices already built in to SGL and apply them to whatever vectors I set up. I just need to set up a proper vector. That's the thing. It looks here, like if you look at these examples down here, they look like they're all set to 0s or 1s or something. I'm not sure. Oh, no, they stored in memory. Weird. Why does it look weird to me? This is supposed to be 3x4, this is a 4x4. Let me see if there's Huh. They got camera stuff here. Push matrix. Push unit matrix. There we go. So the rotation axis vector. SL get matrix. Let me see. Because it looks like I have here. This looks like I could use this. Look, they already have X rotation matrix, Y rotation matrix. I don't know what FAE is supposed to be. Maybe that's a typo or something. And then oh, sine and cosine have to be specified, and this one they don't, I guess. It's just an angle. Yeah, you put in the angle. They do all the work for you here. Looks like. I kind of like the idea of doing this, and then even if I don't use the matrix itself, I can just pull it. I can pull the individual units and do manual multiplication, which is not, I don't think, recommended, but it still should work. SL translate and SL transpose. I don't think I'm ever going to use translate or transpose. But yeah, if I just take if I create a unit matrix, if I create a unit matrix and then apply these rotations to it, does it do 0? Yeah, it does Z rotation. Or at the very least, I can just multiply these three guys together. So I have to do one nested into another SL multi-mix matrix or whatever. SL. I kind of want to use this now because I trust Sega more than me. I didn't see SL get matrix. Come on. Okay, there it is. This function copies the current matrix to the specified matrix. I don't think I need that, though. That's the thing. This is probably below where I was. Or I don't know. SL multi... Why doesn't this ever... SL multi... Come on, man. There we are. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go below where my rotation is. Down here. And I'm just going to say... block comment all this crap that I worked on, trying to translate and simplify, and trust that Sega knows what they're doing. Here's the thing, though. My version, yeah, I can print the matrix. That's true. Crap. Lyrics. I can't do lyrics while I'm talking. Close enough. The thing about that is I specifically used, oh crap, let me go back to Notepad. Whoa, did I break something? Okay, I hope I didn't break something. I specifically used these guys, or manipulated these guys so that everything was more or less addition, except when it absolutely had to be multiplication. I didn't write this right. This needs to be fixed multi, but, I think what I'm doing is faster than trying to apply 3 rotation matrices at once. Because then, I don't know how fast matrix multiplication actually is. Compared to a series of additions. I want to assume that SGL kind of prioritizes and optimizes matrix multiplication. But if it doesn't, if it's just a series of fixed multiplication, then what I wrote should be faster. Assuming it's correct. Well, like I said, for now I'm not even doing the rotation part, so I'll hold that off for later. But, if you're privy to how SGL actually handles, like, is there like a separate processor that can do the matrix multiplication that isn't the main processor? Because if so, I want to move on to do the normal matrix stuff. But if not, multiplying 3 matrices together sounds like a lot more work than doing all the rotations at once using these trig identities. Because all the cosines and sines are just lookup tables. So it should be super fast. Okay, so now cross products. Yeah, I'm not looking to mess with the DSP quite yet. I will eventually, just not anytime soon. So, really? Like, I feel like I need to do an experiment at some point, but just for the sake of my sanity, maybe I'll just, I'll do the... I'll comment these guys out, and I'll take a matrix. Let me see, what I need. So, matrix type, and I just call it a matrix R1. And then matrix R2. And then when I create these matrices, rotation matrices, what I can do is I can say R1 is equal to, let's go back and SL multi-matrix, SL multi-matrix, nested inside another SL multi-matrix. And then I'm going to do the 3 rotations. I'm going to do, where was it? There we go. SL rot X, Oops. SL rot X. And that I have to input an angle. That's what theta is going to do. And then there's going to be a rot Y and a rot Z. Yeah, a few too many lyrics on this one. There we go. Okay. Thing is, I know what I made. Well, I mean, I don't know that it's bug free. I might have transcribed it wrong, but programmatically, it feels like it should be faster because it's a bunch of additions heading into a lookup table with a single multiplication at the end of it. And I feel like that should be plenty fast considering we're doing fixed mathematics. If not, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I'm going to do stress tests at some point, and then I'm going to see if these rotation matrices, once I start actually using them, are any faster or slower. Oops, I don't need that line yet. Than what I did. So let's just do RX1, RY1, RZ1. There we go. Then we just do 2 for all these guys for R2. And this should be our rotation matrix. I'll find out how long it takes to actually generate that. So I'm doing it for every collision. Okay. Oh, wait. I'm looking at this, oh, come on. Adobe. Open up Adobe. There we go. I'm looking at this, and it only has one input. It has multiply specified matrix by current matrix, which means... So what I have to do is make a matrix a current matrix. How do I do that? Is that what pop is for? Oh, I gotta learn this stack crap now. Okay, I gotta put a matrix on the stack. So yeah, I'm looking at this this diagram here to try and figure out what's going on. So we push a matrix, and then all of a sudden M1 is the matrix, and then trans. I don't know what trans is. Push, trans, pop, pop, push, trans. Is trans like translate? I don't know. Pop, push, trans, pop. Oh boy. Yeah, but I didn't even address, I didn't even use the function correctly. Look, I'm treating it like it's like SL multi-fix or something like that, where I'm multiplying two matrices together. What I need to do is force some unit, okay, well not force, sets unit matrix, so I need to do SL push unit matrix first. So SL push unit matrix. And then I can do, you know, SL matrix rotation X, and then SL matrix rotation Y, then SL matrix rotation Z, and then I need to find a way to store that matrix into R1. So what would that be? How do I pull a matrix and write it to memory? Looking back at the documentation now. There's all these rotations, scaling, translating, transposing, unit matrix, angle. Well, now we're dealing with angle crap. Translate, rotate, 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 rotate. SL. Oh, it's just SL get matrix. Okay, XL get matrix. Starting address a matrix type variable to be copied. Okay. Copies the current. Okay. So let's just do that. Okay, so there's going to be SL get matrix. Well, that means at the end of this, I'm also going to want to pop off the matrix, right? SL pop. Just print makes your print hex. SL print. SL get matrix, SL initialize matrix, SL inverse matrix. Oh, inverting matrix, that's neat. Load matrix. So what am I looking up here? Okay. Do I need to pop the matrix? That's what I'm thinking. I feel like I do. I feel like that's how you clean the memory off, and probably, if I don't do that, I'll end up blowing something up. Yeah, I know. What I'm doing is I'm moving this stuff backwards. So, here. You'll see what I'm doing right here. There we go. So this block of code would create a unit matrix, rotate it along X, rotate it along Y, rotate along Z, get the matrix and write it to R1, and then pop it. Does that look about right? I feel like that's right. Rotation matrix 1. And then I'll just repeat this for 2. Whoa, okay, I didn't need to do that. And that way I can either multiply a vector if I construct a vector, or more likely I'll just end up grabbing individual elements and doing that. I don't want to wipe this out, but let me see. I'm just gonna collapse it for now, and let's see. I gotta apply the rotation to face normals. All right, that needs to happen 6 times. Cross products. I knew that's what I was trying to get originally before I got distracted. Problem with this is expecting an XYZ, and I've got this. How do I turn a row of this into an XYZ? Does that work? I feel like this won't work. I need to. So instead of a fix, I take it into a vector. Now extends are going to be fixed. Matrix are going to be matrix. So if I make an array of vectors, does that mean it's not 15 by 3? It's just 15, right? Yeah. And then yeah, this bit looks a bit suspect. I don't know if it's this or if it's something like I open a curly bracket and do this, comma 0, comma 0. See, the way I'm reading this line up here is that it's an array of vectors, which means each one of these elements is a pointer to an individual vector, and that pointer to an individual vector will have 3 elements in it by definition, because that's what a vector is. It has a known size. So it's just, the only variable here is the number of vectors that we're pointing to. So it's just 15 pointers to 3 element vectors that are defined as part of the data type. So I feel like we don't actually need that 3. I think you were right the first time. Thing is, can you condense the construction of a vector to something that looks like this? Assuming it was just a single vector. Does that look right? Because if I can do it like this, and it kind of condenses what I'm doing, the compiler won't allow that. Okay, so I got to go back to what I was doing. So every element is explicitly written to, but then these are all still vectors though. So what I can do is I can do the rotation by doing a matrix multiplication. Can I? So I need to multiply a matrix by. Let's go back into the documentation. I need to find a way to multiply these matrices. So, how do you multiply a vector by a matrix? Pop, push, push, rotate X, Y, Z, scale, that's not it. Translate, no. Transpose, no. Unit, no. Now we're back to angles. How do you, matrices are designed to multiply through by the vector. How do I get that to happen? I need to multiply by vector with this matrix on the left. So let me see. We have all this matrix stack crap. We got expanded matrix column. Let's see. When performing mathematical operation on matrices, such as within this function, due to the fundamental concepts of matrix operations, the matrices are expanded into internally or by 4 when the operations are executed. Huh. Thing is, A and B, is B necessarily a matrix, or is B can B also be a vector? That's what I want to know. I'm wondering if there's another more convenient. Okay, there's load matrix, inverse matrix, initialize matrix, get matrix. I'm using that already. Print matrix. I'll be using that later. Print hex. Print. Oh, these are print statements. Crap. So this is all we have. I feel like multi-matrix should multiply specified matrix by current matrix, but. Does that work with vectors too? That's what I want to know. I feel like it should, but refer to Chapter 5, Matrices. Oh, I have Developer's Manual. Let me look up vector. Let me look up vector, but have something useful come up. Alright, we got normal, got some vertices. Give me matrix multiplication, come on. So, what, are you talking about like manually multiplying? Just like by hand, like... So that means, you know, vector element 1, matrix element 1, like... Essentially, I'd have to write my own matrix multiplication code then, and then get that to load as a matrix. But I don't need a matrix. I just need the vector at the end of it. I just need the vector product. It strikes me as odd that SGL doesn't have a way to multiply the matrix through to the vector without doing something. Or better yet, isn't there a way to directly rotate vectors? I feel like that would be more in line to what I want to do anyway. I feel like I don't even need to use these matrices. But the thing is, that doesn't make sense to me because a matrix multiplied by a vector should always return a vector in my head. Just based off of the mathematics of it. So if I have a 3x3 matrix, I multiply by 3x1 vector, the result has to be a 3x1 vector. That's just what the valid result is. So it should, I should be able to have some function take a matrix, multiply through by vector, return that vector back. Okay. But I'm not even talking about physics, I'm talking about math. So what is the new matrix doing in this context then? You're saying make your product. I don't even know how to make the product because the product I want is a matrix times the vector. Okay, yeah, Sega does weird crap. But I'm trying to figure out like the step-by-step process of what's going on. So I have a matrix that I want to use to apply to a vector, which should be something that this can do. Wait. Let's look at this. Adds rotation around any axis passing through the origin with unit vector values. SL rot AX. Oh wait, no, these are still rotation matrices though, right? Yeah, these are. Yeah, but that's what I want to do. I want to rotate a single vector. That doesn't make any sense though. It should be the matrix applied to the vector, not the vector applied to the matrix. There's clipping. Okay, we talked about clipping already, but let me try matrix mult. Okay, let's just try matrix itself. Push, pop, push, pop. Oh, maybe I think that sequence might have had something useful there. SL put polygon. That's new to me. That's this is some sort of drawing command. So they're just drawing based. I've already done that code. Okay, here. I think here's where something useful is happening. They are changing a position and then they're still only drawing though. Okay, yeah, I get this kind of matrix multiplication. That makes sense. Stack, I'll have to get used to. Hierarchy, definition. Unit matrix, push matrix. Okay. Oh, they're defining a position. What I want to do is I want to take that matrix to rotate that position. Copies a matrix. Let's see. So this thing only multiplies two matrices together. Then we have unit matrix. See, none of these will take in a vector as a. So I want this thing to take in a vector as an argument and apply the matrix to the vector. That's the problem. Let me see. Pop, pop, pop. Okay, so there's a bunch of pushes and pops. So this is just a nested matrices then. So they're talking about putting rotations and translations on top of rotations and translations for a hierarchical structure. See, here they're just doing manual 2D rotation, which is not helpful. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'm just going to have to do a manual matrix multiplication here. The matrix is just a useful way of generating the rotation matrices that I want. Which means the cross product that I want to do here. I should still be able to do that though. Let's see. Cross product, and I have we'll have our normal so we have 0 through 5 are the unit component vectors from the faces. I mean 6 is going to be here, let me just start writing. 6 is going to be normal from 0, and then normal 3 would be like presumably the X face from the two boxes that I'm using. And I'm hoping that this cross product will take references to the vectors as proper. So it's going to be 4 and 7. 5 and 8. And we repeat the whole thing, but with ones. 1, 1, 1, and this is going to go to 9, 10, 11. And then again, but on 2s, which is now the so we have the X by X, X by Y, X by Z, Y by X, Y by Y, Y by Z, Z by X, Z by Y, Z by Z. Getting written to each one of these guys. Hopefully this works. And now I'm going to loop through every one of these normals. Yeah. And just scale them. That should be relatively quick. Then I have to do this projection. I gotta rewrite the projection code. I'll compare the extents. And then the extent, how do I initialize the extent? Okay, well, whatever. That shouldn't return false or anything like that right now. Let's just try compiling this and see if it gives me problems. Oh, okay. Well, that's working. Yeah, I know, Sigwin. It's somehow working today. It's behaving. Or are you counting on it to fail? Is that what's going on? I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, well, it's still working. I haven't implemented anything yet, so I don't know what I'm expecting. I just want this thing to compile, meaning there's no super obvious problems yet. They will just become apparent in a little bit. Where do I do the actual collision check? Is rough collide? Which means, is that in the main loop? Is rough collide all? Stop collided. Oh, there we go. Stop collided. So what does if rough collide all do? Collide hold. What does this return? Does this return a Boolean? Okay, I need to do find collide or something like that. So there is, okay, there's the collision master. Let's include, do we have as separating? Wait, how is this even doing this? How are we testing for collision? Is rough collide. Okay, there we go. Where's is rough collide? Oh, okay, this is just that. Alright. Hey, Birdie, what's up? I'm trying to finish up the 3D collision tonight. I got a Red Bull to back me up. Okay, so rough collide all is a pretty straightforward distance calculation. That's sensible. And then we're going to want to do a smooth collide, which means we're probably going to end up wanting to include... what? Why is input included? I feel like I'm going to have to do a lot of cleaning after the fact, once this thing's actually functioning. Separate underscore 3D. And that way I can do a smooth... well, let me go ahead and include that in the header as well. I know weird stuff is going to start coming up. Is rep collide. So let's do is fine collide. That's going to be for our, or is BB collide. There we go. I'll just call it bounding box. That'll leave me room to create a super fine, fully rigorous full collision if that ever comes up. So we'll have is BB collide. All right. Am I gonna have to? Yeah, we already have imports to game objects, so that's not gonna be the issue. Alright, so let's go back and try to figure out what I'm doing with rough collide. So collision master is being reset to false. We're going to loop the first compared object from -1 is player. Okay, and I'm assuming this is going to have to be somehow... Oh, okay, that makes sense. So if it's -1, I'm not going to reference this this object. I'm going to be referencing the camera position more or less. And then I've made the player's radius 0.9, I guess. Which means I'm also going to have to give the player a bounding box, aren't I? I'll get around to that later. Right now I'll just do object-to-object collision and just figure out the player collision later. Even though, functionally in this game, I think I'm only going to be doing player collisions to other things. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I keep getting a bunch of people filing in and then just coming right out and leaving. It's weird. I had like 5 or 6 and then 2 and then, you know, 4 and then 2. Oh well. Eventually someone's gonna stick around. Okay, so we have our rough radius. We're gonna be checking against... Okay. Where is this rough radius coming from? Is that a local thing? Yeah, okay, there it is. And I guess it's getting stored by calculating it whenever the object comes into existence or something. Is that what's going on? I'll just do a quick heads up. Okay, distance 2D, calculate rough radius. There we go, calculate rough radius. I'm assuming it's called at object creation, maybe? Okay, there we go. When we create object... Oh, it's not happening at object creation. That's odd. When is it happening? I hope it's not happening every time. Okay, calc rough radius. When do we calc the rough radius? When does that ever happen? That is odd. Okay, let's actually do a full search. Find in all open documents. There we go. And that's in main. I'm calculating it in main. What was I doing? Why am I doing that in main? What part of main am I doing that in? Hope I'm not doing it in the main loop. That would be a waste of time. My draw? No. Oh, I'm doing it when I'm loading in the reference. I'm okay with that. Yeah, that makes sense. That's semi-efficient. Okay, so going back. So there's the rough radius. Is rough collide all. So the collision master gets ID plus 1. So if ID is -1, it'll be 0 will address the player. Okay. That means the player needs a bounding box, doesn't he, in order to even check? Or I can just do, I could do... What do I want to do? Crap. I could make the player bounding box at in the same place I create the bounding box itself, which is collision. Okay, yeah, let's just make a player B box. B box player. Is going to be a player bounding box. Player BB. What do we got to do? We got center. Is this pointer to center correct? Is that how you're supposed to do that? Where else do I demonstrate a... Oh, okay, verts. So how do I write a verts? I try doing this. Will it yell at me? X, Y, Z. Just try a quick compile and see what happens. Oh, wow. Is that Sigwin or is that me? Oh, jeez. What did I break? Separate 3D. Oh, a bunch of separate 3D. Some in input. Aim object. Wow, what did I break? I don't think it was just that line. I think something weird happened. Let me undo that. Oh boy. Well, you guys can't see the errors, but I'm getting a bunch of errors. I think maybe my make file didn't save when I compiled earlier and it didn't actually take. So let's find out what happened first at separate 3D line 19. Syntax error before asterisk token. Line 19. What's line 19? It can't be anything important. Oh. Really? Was it .h or .c? There we go. I don't know why you guys can't see the compilation here. Oh, maybe if I switch over to the Mendefend scene somehow? Nope, that's not any better. Okay. Okay, so I'm getting an error on the header file, line 19. It doesn't like the... What doesn't it like? Syntax error before the asterisk token. It doesn't like the asterisk on the bounding box. But how else do I give it a pointer to a bounding box? Reject 1D bounding box, okay. Huh. That's odd. It doesn't want to deal with that. So, how else would I address? Is that supposed to be an ampersand? Is that the problem? Let me see. don't think I've tested any of these yet, so that's a problem already. Nope, that's still doesn't like it. So, bounding box should be coming from collision. So does that mean collision should not have an include from separate 3D? Is that mutual include a problem? Let me see. No, that wasn't it, because I still get the same error. See, I'm getting problems. I don't know why I can't show you guys the actual compilation errors, but it's just not showing up. Maybe if maybe I can add a window here. This is going to be command line. That way I can show you guys what's going on here. There we go. And let me just move this to the top right over here. And you can see the problems I'm having. Starting with... let me see. Okay, so starting in collision on line 16, where I just took away that reference, we have game object line 16. Go over to game object line 16, including collision. Thing is, I think the mutual includes are what's destroying the coherency of all this code. But it's not, though. I mean, where is it saying that? Let me see. It's saying that on separate 3D on line 19, it's missing the data type. But if you look, bbox is the data type, and it should be getting that from collision itself. Thing is, the problem is I don't think I have a strict enough hierarchy here where like one thing will inherit from another thing, because then I keep wanting to cross-reference back and forth with all these functions. But bbox is that type, and bbox should be coming from collision. So collision over here, I guess I need to take away separate 3D. See if that helps. Okay, most of these went away when I did that. Then I have to go over to the C and fix so many things. Starting with line 19. What's the issue? Declaration of cross-product shadows a global declaration. Oh! I'm not allowed... Is cross-product spoken for? The thing is, all of my headers have that protection around them. Oh, ooh, whoops. These guys have the same. I forgot to distinguish them. Maybe that'll help. Because then, oh, come on. Okay, I don't know how much that helped, but at the very least, that should have been fixed to begin with. So it's not worse. Okay, what's going on here? Line 19, declaration of cross-product shadows a global declaration. I am pretty sure that I should be able to say this, because I said this before. This is not the first time I've had cross-product. Is it still in here somewhere? Yeah, it's not in here. There's no... Okay, first off, let's just double check. Find in all open documents cross-product. So there's the declaration of cross-product in separate 3D and separate 3D, and that's it. And I can't even read that. It's in blue or something like that. Oh, that's a separate search that I did earlier. So that's the only declaration I've made of cross product. But maybe I need to call it X product? And that will help? I don't know. Which means I need to change my references to X product all through here. In selection, replace all. There we go. Maybe that'll behave better. Shadows of global dark. Okay, that wasn't the issue. Oh yeah. Okay, so what's up with that? It says it's shadowing a global declaration, but this is a repetition of the related header. Separate 3D C and separate 3D H should be basically the same thing. No, that's the thing. I just renamed it, and it's still giving me the same complaint, except for X product. And there's no way, like, it's just something to do with this guy being stupid. But I don't know how. Because there shouldn't be a cross product defined in here. That's gone. It is included in the C file. It's right there. So this is the C file, and then the header file is this. Let me see. Well, if no others have that inclusion, then that means it's never actually going to be used. See, I don't think. Yeah, I already think it's not actually being included anywhere anyway. I don't need to have this open. I don't even have to have test 2D open. And yeah, it's just not anywhere. I don't need test 2D anymore. It's the only place that shows up is here now. Sigwin, I swear. Shadows of global declaration. Shadowed global declaration. Oh, they're showing me where it is. Line 18? It's the same thing. Separate 3D.h should basically set up separate 3D.c. Did I do something wrong? Am I crazy? Did I change an input? Is that the thing? These should basically look exactly the same, right? Wait, this should have a semicolon on there. That's a problem. That's not the problem. That's a problem. And then this should look exactly the same. It does. Oh, okay. So just wipe out all these other inclusion. Okay, I can buy that. Sigwin. Okay. Has that helped? Apparently it has, somehow. But this define protection should prevent those kinds of problems, but apparently not. Alright. Line 27. I guess we can collapse this for now. What's your problem with that? Well, good call, opponent. You fixed that one problem. I don't know how it fixed it, but it did. Invalid type of argument, unary dot. What? Okay, it would help if you told me. This. I'm just grabbing. I'm taking a pointer and getting the value at the pointer. Yeah, I'm sure we're. As long as it works. I don't care as long as the ISO will compile. Saturn doesn't care how the code looks. So it doesn't like unary asterisk, but I'm just grabbing... I'm grabbing a value. Do I need this asterisk to grab the value with this arrow? I don't... Maybe I don't. But this is... This center itself... Maybe it's something I changed that I shouldn't have changed. Let me go back to collision. No, it's a pointer. So I need to grab that pointer and then find the value at that pointer. Same thing here. If I well, the parent ID itself is stored as an integer, right? Okay, so maybe I can do this. Maybe I can take away the star. Maybe that was overzealous of me. Wait, arrow implies pointer. So, if I take the... So, when I use the arrow, is that passing the reference or passing the value? I thought it was passing the value. Okay. Okay, so I can do dot center here, dot center here, dot center here, and this should be valid. Let's try that. That fixed the problem at that line. 27. No, it did not. Request remember center in something not a structure or union. What? Box is definitely a structure that I'd find in collision. Over here, which is over here, which is it's saying you can't find what? Center? Center is right here. Is the struct a pointer? The struct is a pointer, yes. Okay, fine. Freaking thought that fixed it. It did not. But then, isn't that going backward to the original error? Let me see. Oh wow, that fixed it. I don't even know what I did anymore. I thought I just went back, but okay, that works. Let's not touch it again. I wish I was more literate in C. Just enamel, like enamel the tooth? No. Anyway, thanks. Can I just call you Justin? I don't know. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing though. Because every time I deal with pointers like this, especially like nested pointers inside of structs and stuff like that, it's always this ugly mess of me figuring out exactly what the program needs to grab from it. Okay, how could you possibly have an issue with this? This looks great. This is multiplication. Okay, passing argument 2 of SL makes integer from pointer without a cast. Wait, this should be a value. This is a value. Is this not a value? Corners. Corners. What is corners? Corners is a series of fixed. Corners is an array, which, if I'm addressing the initial part of the array, should just basically still act as a pointer. So we have corners is an 8x3, and then I try to call the initial portion of corners. Yeah, I try to call the initial portion of corners and take that value of wherever it's at. I'm pretty sure I've used this in the past and it worked. See, it's essentially the same thing I'm doing here, right? I'm taking an element from box that is essentially an array and getting a single element out of that array from box, and that's what this language looks the exact same here as it does here. This feels correct to me. And then x offset is literally just a value. So this feels right, and then scaled x is it's a fixed. It's just that's what it is. It's scaled. That's the scaled normal that we input to define our collision. This should work just fine, but apparently it feels like it's. Let me see. Huh. So box itself is a pointer, and in order to grab a value from that, yeah, in order to display the value stored inside a pointer, use a star in front of that pointer. That sounds fine to me. And then I'm taking the pointer from box and finding center from that box. This should still be a pointer value. And then I cast that point, or I grab the value stored at that pointer with the asterisk. This should still be valid. If I wrap this in parentheses, will it help? It shouldn't, but will it? Or maybe I've got my commas mixed up somehow. It looks like all the parentheses and the commas look fine to me. Let's try that again. Just see if line 32 still has an issue. Yes, it does. Extra parentheses didn't help. Not sure if it should have anyway. So, passing argument 2. So, we know it's argument 2. One of these two guys is not doing what they should. X offset should be a single fixed value, which means whatever I wrote here should be it. And we've already gone past line 27 without issue at this point, which means this pretty much should be a fixed value. So whatever is here is a number. I'm adding this number to this number, so this is the problem. I shouldn't have to cast this because this is already stored properly. This is a series of fixeds. So okay, let's just look up real quick. Get value of array element instruct in C. There we go. Stack Overflow should have something for me. So let's browse the internet together, guys. Would it work like that? Would it not complain if I tried doing something like that? Box corner. Is it corner or corners? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I put an extra S in there. No, it's corners. That's right. Okay. Things I don't even know anymore. Is line 32 still a problem? Line 32 is still a problem. It still says I'm making integer from a pointer without a cast. It's a warning though, so I mean, I guess technically It's not an issue, but it probably still is. It'll still compile. It'll compile with a warning. It's not going to compile with an error. And then we got all this stuff at lines 100 and something that needs to be fixed. But I want to fix this error first because it makes me feel like I'm not doing the math. Yes, corners is an 8x3. And it should be all the corners of the bounding box. And I'm storing ahead of time. So, let me see. Let's see what this guy has to say. This looks like exactly what I'm trying to do. Okay, so we have a struct with an array in there. We want to grab an element of that array. It should be, let's see, struct dot array 3. Yeah, okay. So what if we have a pointer to that struct? Does that change anything? Yeah, that's the first corner. We have to do the initial calculation first. Here, let me switch back. So this portion is doing the initial calculation so we can initialize our extents, and then we loop through the other 7 corners by iterating that location. 0x. Well, this. Oh yeah, it's 0 0 0. It's a 2x2. I totally forgot. Whoops. Oh, come on, Sigwin. Now's not the time. Does 32 still have a problem? No, it does not. Jeez, I wish I knew how to program in C. Wouldn't it be nice if I actually knew how to program? Okay. Does that look right to you guys? Oh my god. It took way too long to get here for me. I should know this already. I took a class in this at one point in undergrad. Alright, that means I can fix these guys down here with something like this. Let me see. Be really unfortunate if this only compiles because the compiler likes it, but I still end up getting garbage values because I'm not addressing the pointer right. Let's see how this does. Oh, I don't store it as an XYZ, I store it as 0, 1, 2, but I guess they're kind of equivalent, but I'm not going to take that risk right now. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, I agree. Sigwin, shut up. Alright, so we're finally down to the real errors that are stopping compilation. Line 103 and beyond. Let's close out this function right now. Okay. Oh, it's the exact same freaking thing. So, if we want the value... Whoops. We want to do something like this, correct? Box 1 dot, and that will get me back the value. I feel like we did this already earlier. That's one of the things that we already fixed. Yeah, it's box arrow parent ID. Okay. Where am I? There we go. It's arrow. Meaning all I have to do to fix this line is something somewhat like this. Oh, that's weird. I'm getting a shelter-in-place warning from the University of Central Florida. That's... Shelter-in-place is usually a code for Active shooter. That sounds bad. Hey, anyone that I'm gonna try to keep focusing on coding, but if anyone wants to look up what's going on here at UCF, I'm kind of interested in what's happening. Just give me a heads up in chat. I mean, I'm still like half an hour away, but I work there. Okay. Let's try compiling. Invalid use of void expression. Okay, we're down over here. Void? What? I don't even understand what that error means. What's a void expression? What? Do I need to store this matrix first before I can use it? How does that work? I mean, I probably wasn't even going to use these, but I would like to know why I can't do what I'm doing. 13, 14, 15 are broken, and then it's specifically these lines. Robbery. Oh, some guy punched some guy and ran off on a bike. That's an odd shelter in place, but okay. Thanks, Justin. I don't know what else to call you besides Justin. I'm just going to keep calling you Justin until you correct me, but thanks. Thanks for looking that up. Thought there was like a... I was going to end up hearing about on Monday I can't go to work or something because someone died or whatever. UF. Oh. Huh. Odd. Wait, is that UF or... Because I'm getting UCF. Are you... Is that a typo on your part? Because it looks like you're just copying and pasting. Why does UF get... Does UF also have an issue? Simultaneously? The University of Florida is actually in a different city, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not in Gainesville, I'm in Orlando. University of Central Florida. It's totally list. Yeah. I'm sure I'll hear about it tomorrow at some point. Thanks for looking up anyway, guys. It's kind of a weird coincidence that the UF has a problem and UCF also has a problem of a similar nature. Hoping nobody's getting shot there, because I think there's still students in some of the dorms getting moved in for summer 2 or fall or something. Odd. Okay, well let's try to get back on topic since there's nothing we can do about that. For some reason, the way I wrote this, which I thought would be valid, is no longer valid. I'm thinking it's something to do with this. I thought that SL rotate would be able to take the angle that I gave it and return a matrix, and use that to multiply the matrix that is currently being pushed to the top of the stack, which is the unit matrix. For some reason, it's saying I have a void expression. I don't even know what a void expression is. So maybe the return types are wrong on how I'm using this. Oh, okay. So this is void. So I think I'm using that right. This is multiplying a matrix location in memory already defined, and then pop and push look to be. Oh, Boolean. Do I need to store a truth value in here? It doesn't look like it though, because oh sorry, let me show you the actual. So pop matrix is a Boolean return, but pop matrix I'm calling on 117, and I don't have an arrow on 117. I have an arrow on those 3 lines with the rotations in it. So if multi-matrix is a void, let me try rotation matrix. Rotation matrix is a void. What? This function adds rotation around any axis that passes through the origin. The rotation axis vector that determines the axis of rotation must be specified by a unit vector. I'm not doing that. Oh wait, this is the wrong function. This version of the function. There we go. I give it an angle. That's valid. This function multiplies an x-axis rotation matrix with the current matrix. Oh! This is redundant. I didn't even need to do this part. I just had to rotate. Interesting. I learned something today. I was trying to pass I thought this returning a matrix pointer as a return value. Turns out it's just already applying the matrix, and it was returning void. SL rotate X. Yeah, it's a void return. So it automatically, like, you give it an angle and it says, okay, I'm not even gonna wait. I'm just gonna multiply right now. So whatever matrix is on the top of the matrix stack in SGL gets rotated. Okay, apparently people in Tower 1 are in some form of danger and need to shelter in place in UCF. I keep getting updates on my phone. So, I don't know if any UCF peeps are here watching me, but I doubt it since there's only 3 of you guys. And Justin, I don't recognize your name, but I assume that you're somewhere else. So, no, it's a void return. It multiplies the matrix, which means we just have to call the function and it does what I was going to do with it anyway. Which, I guess makes sense, but it's not how I would have implemented it. Well, welcome to the stream either way, Justin. Okay, so, this should compile now. That was the last error. I actually do not recognize this song. What is this from? PSO Episode 3. Get around to playing that one day. Oh, I think when PSO 2 finally comes to the States, I'm going to try starting a guild, so anyone interested in playing that, hit me up. Okay, it's compiled. I can make a square, I can make another square, I can make another square above that, and it'll still fall slowly. Alright, everything checks out. So, things are implemented. Now I just have to include them, because I'm pretty sure no one is calling on separate 3D. Yeah. I think separate 3D needs to be called in for collision. I don't know. Is that mutual include going to be too strong? I think I'm going to start cleaning up these mutual includes so they don't start stepping all over each other. Let's see if that'll compile that issue. Of course not. Okay, I can't do that. But if I do this... Sigwin gives me an error because it doesn't know how to use memory. Yeah, but it still compiles, so that's not the issue. Oof. I cannot include separate 3D into collision because separate 3D already includes collision. So if I want to do something with separate 3D, it needs to be inside of separate 3D. That means something else needs to call it in order for it to happen. But I want collision to call it. Maybe separate 3D doesn't need to include collision, but separate 3D uses the bounding box. Maybe the bounding box can be... No, because... Okay, bounding box is defined inside of collision. However, I want collision to be able to call separate 3D and ask it to do collision checks for it. Does bounding box actually need to be part of collision? Does anything in here actually use the bounding box? And I figure that if I move the bounding box over to separate 3D and just have bounding box call separate 3D, like so, no longer need to include collision here. And now collision can include separate 3D. And everything should be peachy, right? Oh, player bounding box. Let's move that over too. That's it's gonna be necessary. Come on, man. Don't be that guy. Game object is including separate 3D. Oh, wait. It isn't. I just didn't save. There we go. No. Problem solved. Yeah. Well, I'm kind of trying to make this into a strict hierarchy now. So, what it is that collision is the parent handler of all these other guys. So collision includes separate and separate 3D, but then separate and separate 3D do not need to include collision. Because I don't think they even use them. So collision calls functions inside of separate and separate 3D, but separate and separate 3D don't need to be calling anything from collision. Collision, a parent level thing. So I think I fixed that mess of a tree structure. No longer, you know, just a giant forest of mutual includes anymore. At least on this part. Okay, what else we got? We have our cross product that we renamed to X product for no real good reason that I remember. We have calculating the product normals. Okay, we're there. We're gonna scale all these guys. Okay, that works out. We need a projection code. That's right. How are we gonna do this? I think it's basically the same thing. Is we just take project 1D. I'm just gonna have to rename this to something a little bit more sensible. Oh, okay, there we go. I already had something set up, and I just commented it out. I can move it somewhere else. There we go. That's gonna go over here, near the bottom. This is project 1D bounding box. So it's going to take a bounding box, and it's going to take a fixed normal, and it's going to write to an extent that we give it. Alright. I've already started writing this. Okay. I don't even remember writing this. I've got no memory of this. Oh, it's already a function here. Did I already piece this in? Crap, it's already in here. I'm going crazy. Oh boy. Okay, so it's here. We have this. We have initialize the value with the dot product. Okay, I agree with that because that's going to get written to the extent. That extent needs to be expanded. Okay, so we were already working with this. So we have our scaled... Okay, so this is just a normal dot product. So this is the coordinate, the x-coordinate of one of the corners, and the offset is coming from that box center and the box position. Yeah, I did have... Well, no, opponent. I think Justin's right in that it's that similar... I've had this problem before, and I think it's actually already happened on stream once before, where you put too many functions into a C file or an H file, and it just won't compile no matter what you do, even if they're valid functions. It's just part of the fact that we're dealing with SH2 and not x86 or 64. It'll only take so many instructions per C file. Yeah, because it's dumb. Saturn's dumb, don't program for it, but please program for it because I'm running a competition. Please, please. Okay, so we take the coordinate of each one of these vertices, and we take the dot product with the scaled normal. That will give us an extent. feel like we're missing something here. Okay, this will project, we project everything down, so we'll get a single extent for one bounding box. And we do this for 2 separate bounding boxes, and we compare the extents. This looks like it's already functional. Because it's not too different from what I was doing before. So I'm just taking all 8 corners that should already have been transformed by the time I put it in here. Okay, now I'm starting to worry. I'm starting to worry about whether or not these corners are being reset properly. So, where's this bounding box set up? It's set up... Oh, here. I think bounding box needs to have a few new parameters. Johannes isn't usually... most of us talk on Discord, and I don't think Johannes is usually on Discord. He'll answer emails and Discord messages, though, eventually. He's usually pretty good, especially about dealing with people that want to contribute to the Joe engine itself. Anyways, the way I'm doing this, I think I need to reset the corners every frame. So I need a reset corners function. So what I'm going to need is W. So I'm going to have the half dimensions. And this is going to be a this is going to be the just a normal. I'll just do an XYZ. So this is going to be the half of the total width of the box. So if the box has a width of 2, I guess we'll call them meters or units or whatever, then the half width should be stored as 1, and that way we can easily just start without having to multiply anything, adding 1 to the center value to get a corner. I don't know. To be honest, I wouldn't expect anyone to actively check the GitHub page. I would message him on Discord. Actually, funnily enough, I think I definitely it's on the YouTube channel. I don't know if it's on here, if there's a Discord link down here. If not, I'll start adding it eventually after the stream. But he's on the Sega Extreme Discord. We pretty much all are. Everyone that's active in the Saturn community is basically on that Discord server. So, okay, we got the half dimensions. I'm forgetting something. I'm thinking that when I do this, center, box option position. No, this is already set up. So, what I need is I just need a reset corners function. Let me do that after cross product. So I'll do void reset corners. And that's going to take in bounding box. Yeah, we're going to need it to create a bounding box too, but yeah, let's do that. Let's do create bounding box. Create BP, and it's going to take we're going to have to initialize bounding box and then initialize what? Fixed. Will I give it a center coordinate? Okay, I'll give it a center coordinate. XYZ. And I'll do fixed dimensions as also as no, I'll do them separately. I'll do fixed X dimension, fixed Y dimension, fixed Z dimension. That will be easier to just create these on the fly. So create a bounding box and then reset corners, and that'll make life a little bit easier. First off, initializes a bounding box given pointer, or not initializes, sets up bounding box given pointer to initialized one. Okay. This resets rotation on corners given dimensions of bounding box. Oh, okay, I'm missing all this conversation on the right, sorry. I mean, right now, I think all the useful tools that we have are kind of Windows focused, or at the very least Windows and Linux focused, because Johanna's just added Linux support recently. Is it possible for you to just use a virtual machine for dev? I know it's a terrible situation, but like, I don't know that Mac OS has really been worked on for homebrew tools, because like Ponent said, I don't think we really have access to the authentic original stuff that actually was on Mac. I know Mac ships with GCC. I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is things like compilation tools. Okay, yeah. So, like, I actually have an eMac in my closet, so if I really wanted to, I could try to use original hardware to make some 3D graphics for this thing, but I'd rather use Blender. Okay. So, okay, let's create the bounding box. So, set center, box, arrow, center. X is equal to center X. Sventer. Getting all black metal on this thing. Let me make sure that I'm actually doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, we have a center. Yeah. We got corners. Let me make this into an XYZ, because I mean that's really what it is anyway. I don't know why I did that the other way around. X, Y, Z. I mean, right. I mean, I'm not even doing that much work. I'm stealing Joe Engine stuff right now. I'm using Joe Engine's native compiler. It's, you know, it's plug and play, idiot proof kind of thing. So I want to be like I see all the other Saturn guys. They're focusing on, you know, actual tooling, which is good, and, you know, dealing with hardware and having to do all this stuff with dealing with compilers and stuff. I'm trying to get away from that as much as possible. I'd like to get to a point where a person can approach a Saturn like they'd approach not like a Unity game, but like a basic tool set. Yeah, I mean that's why, like, I prefer if, I mean, obviously everyone would prefer if they had better tools, but it feels like right now a lot of people are kind of scrambling around making their own custom stuff. Whereas, if, like, we all kind of conglomerated around Libyol or Joe Engine or XL2 stuff, if we just chose one option and tried to focus on it as a collaborative effort, I feel like we'd have a decent dev environment where more people could come in. The problem is there's so few Saturn people to begin with, and everyone already wants to make their game, including me. Like, I'm gonna be trying to do a couple of weeks worth of working on tooling, so that other people can start using XL2 stuff with a little bit more ease. But even then, I'm gonna go right back to making my game as soon as the competition starts, so that I can compete. So I want to keep my $20. Okay, so we have set center, and I'm assuming that code should be valid, unless it isn't. We're going to want to set up the corners, and that's going to be... Oh, it's going to be annoying, to say the least. Set corners. Corners, there we go. I mean, really, I don't need something that will push the Saturn to the extreme limits. Like, I'm not trying to recreate Panzer Dragoon or anything like that, or Burning Rangers. I just want, like, a basic 3D, here's a block, put the block on the screen, hit the block with a sword, and it dies type deal. Yeah. Yeah, he is too good for us. Yeah. Holy crap. When XL2 finally released his Sonic Z-Dream code, I feel like at some point in a few months, we're going to see the benefits of that happening. Like, someone who isn't talking too much is already taking that and running with it. Like, I know I'm definitely going to be stealing music code and background code and stuff like that. Like, I haven't even gotten around to opening up yet. I just know that there's good stuff in there just because I played the game. A good game. Okay, let's do these corners one at a time. From, I guess, negative to positive. So, the box has 8x3 corners. Okay. Box, arrow, corners, 0, 0. Oh boy, this is going to be a whole thing, isn't it? And this is going to be minus... Oh, am I going to have to do X dimension? So I need to have that. So we got to have the dimensions ahead of time so we don't spend all of our time just doing this disgusting levels of math. Division is always terrible. So let's try multiplying by 1/2. To have dimensions. So xdim is equal to SL mul fx. Xdim. And then let's go over to Wolfram and just ask real quick. Hey, Wolfram. Not you, Adobe. Wolfram. Okay, so what was it? 2 to the 16 divided by 2. So 1/2 should be 32768. I'll buy that. I mean, everything is technically kind of bad at division. Division is ugly. Yeah. In the meantime, for simple division like this, if you already know the number ahead of time, just take the reciprocal. And do division as few times as possible. That's transparent textures on the Saturn is a whole sticking point. That's like asking for an argument. It's possible, but apparently the method of doing it is essentially making a software render, to my knowledge, which is not great. It doesn't native transparent, but it is possible in software, and I think a few games do it. I know Mega Man should do it. Thing is, it's so expensive, I don't see why it would be advantageous to try and do it. Like, maybe you really want that effect, but I feel like it probably wouldn't even be worth it compared to creatively finding a way around using it. Okay, here's our first corner of 8. This is going to be just a lot of wasted space, just redefining corners. Oh well. Okay, so we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's ugly. 1. I'm sure there's a more elegant way of doing this, but this is what we're doing right now. Okay, I know for the fact the last one's going to be all positives, and everything here is already halved, so everything's centered around 0, and it'll be offset later with the center. I could, I guess, loop, but I'm going to have to change all these in a certain order. That will be kind of dumb. Like, if I wanted to sit down and figure out the math for figuring out how to iterate all these guys, I probably could. But right now I won't. When it's easier just to do this. Okay, so we have all 3 negatives, and then only z negative, then only y negative, and then y and z negative, then only x negative, then x and z, then x and y, and then x, y, z. And that covers all the bases. Because otherwise I'd have to figure out, every mod 4 multiply x by -1 or something like that, and then mod... No, it's like x would be, what, mod 4, and then y would be mod 2, and then z would be alternating every one, but no, alternating every one's already mod 2, so y would be alternate every 2, so what is that, mod 3? No. Crap, I already confused myself. Why did I even get started? I don't need to solve this problem. Basically, every 4 alternate x, every 2 alternate y, and every 1 alternate z. That would be the math for it if you wanted to put in a for loop. Yeah, because I'm doing every corner of the box. So if you just... Well, let's just go over to paint real quick. Just give myself a break from staring at numbers. Paint? Paint. There we go. So we have a center that I'm going to call 0. There. Oh, crap. That is terrible. Let's just do circles. There's center 0. Okay. Now let's make some points. So there's going to be... let's do a negative in the back. Then negative with positive. Okay, there we go. On the bottom, top, front. Oh, that looks... That's just wonderful. Beautiful artistry right there. This is like the worst thing I've ever drawn. But it's for illustrative purposes. Let's just go with it. Wow, that was bad. Maybe I could mod with Bishop if I figured out what I wanted to do. Oh my goodness. Wait, modulo... Okay, I guess it makes sense modulo uses divisions. I was hoping they'd find a way around that. That sounds terrible. But yeah, so if I go over here, we have our little, triple negative. Then here's positive x with others negative, and this would be like positive z with others negative. This would be positive x, positive z with y negative. And all this up top is y positive with all the other stuff basically the same. So I'm covering all those bases. I spent the time drawing that just to say that. That was stupid. Okay, we've set the corners. Is that all we have to do? Let's see. We have the center. The center is at 0. Do we need to write the center? We've already written the center. We have to set the corners. We have to set the half dimensions. Oh, maybe I can do... It should be box half x, box half y, box half z. There we go. And that means I can replace all the X dims here. X dim. Replace all in selection. There we go. And that's what I'm actually trying to do here. Go. Is Y dim replaced with box half Y. Okay, and then Z dim replaced with box half Z. Neat. Floating points are terrible for everything. I can't think of a single reason why you'd ever want to use one, except for if you really needed that level of precision. But they're super expensive. Yeah, the Saturn has native 0 flops. Just to give you an idea what we're working with. Everything's in fixed. And fixed is just two shoddily duct taped together integers, where one integer doesn't even scale the same way as the other one does. Yeah, I mean, I don't have too many complaints about fixed, except for the fact that I can't take distance calculations bigger than 180 without worrying about stuff. But we already fixed that by going full int. So I guess any distance beyond 180 is considered an approximation. Which, just, at that point, all of your scenes you have to rescale. So you can't have a game with massive differences in scale. Like, say, like if you was kind of like EVE Online, where you have these tiny little frigates, and you're comparing them with the Titan-class ships, where I don't think even Fix would be able to handle the disparities in size there. The problem with Fix is I constantly have to bit shift. I had to learn how to bit shift because of Fixed. The Saturn's teaching me more coding than I ever wanted to learn. Okay, so Sega Sanshiro-san, please help me, senpai. Or I don't know. I've been playing Persona 5, so I gotta pick up some of this weeaboo crap. Let's see. Reset corners. How are we resetting these corners? By doing what I just freaking did. Why did I do that? Okay, whatever. Let's do this. Should have. Okay, let's call this reset corners. Well, at least I already did that. That means I'm gonna want to move this function up before, so that I can utilize it in the initialization. At least I think it's order dependent. I'm not sure because the header file might already take care of that, but let's not take chances. Set corners with half dimensions. Alright. So that's there. That's there. Let's save that. Let's flip the order of these two guys to avoid any unfortunate mistakes. Are we actually ready? There's no way we're ready. I don't believe that. We have 1D B-Box, and that looks like it's functional. So, separate 3D B-Box, how's that gonna work out? Got all these normals. We're defining all the normals, right? These are just unit vectors by definition. Okay, let's we can ignore that for now. We're not doing rotations for now. We decided to skip that so I can actually test this without pulling my hair out. Calculate cross products. Alright, that's being written. And then they're being scaled inside the loop. And then we're gonna reject 1D B-box. There we go. B-box. Except it's not field anymore because we're not doing the 2D version. What does project B-box do now? Come on, where is that? Well, let's just do this. Alright. Field right here, and then we need, instead of a field, we have a box. Which makes sense. We're going, box is like a 3D version of the field, more or less. We have a scaled. Alright. And we have extent 1 and extent 2. Alright, that feels right. It doesn't... I am super suspicious of this, because that feels like we're so close to being done with this already, and I don't trust that that's actually happening right now. I do not have confidence. I might not have competence either, but I don't have confidence in this approach right now 100%. I feel like there's definitely something missing. The player needs a B-box. So let's create a B-box for the player. Where do we create that, though? Is that in the header? I feel like if I tried doing that, that would end up screwing up a lot of stuff. Now let's think. For the rotation bit. Well, I don't have to worry about that yet, but I will eventually. When I apply rotation to the normals, rotation is coming from where? Object theta? But what if this bounding box is from... you know what I think is going to end up having to happen is that the player is going to have to become a game object to support what's going on here. But for now, let us make it so that we cannot check against the player, and we do that by create B-box, B-box 1D, separate 3D B-box. Okay. Box 1 and box 2. Where are we deciding how to do that? Okay, is BB collided and BB collide all? Maybe this problem's already solved, I don't know. Okay. Or I can hard code away from it. Well, right now it's not even in there. But let's just ignore these for now. Or I'll just block comment everything to do with rotation right now. So I know this is gonna start screwing up if I start throwing in player into this check. Okay, we got our normals. Normals are coming from scale extent. All right. So collision should have, there's stop collided. Right? Is rough collide all? Is rough collide? Well, let's just take this and just make it B-box collided. There we go. ID. Oh, we can make a special case for the player. That makes me feel better, because... Yeah. Alright. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do return separate. Oh wait, no, what's it called? Separate 3D box. There we go. Wait, how's this working out? Oh, this definitely needs 2 bounding boxes to be input into it, I think. Because what we're doing over here with the rough collision is... What are we giving it? We're giving it a rough radius. Okay. I mean, this is starting to feel a little bit redundant if this is just returning whatever this is giving it. Okay, let's try... giving it... where's object? Okay, there we go. So we can do... Wait, where's the collection of bounding boxes? Isn't there supposed to be a collection of bounding boxes? Or... does each object need a bounding box? I think we do need a collection of bounding boxes. And this is going to be essentially the same thing as our collection of game objects. We'll do something like that over... Oh, wait. Where is that? Is that in C? Oh, it's in C and H. Okay. So it's a B box. Boxes. Now I'm thinking, though, is... how can we kind of save time on this one? I'm not sure if we really can, but let me see. Because we have an entity. ID. You don't really have... I'm just gonna have to make it a collection of bounding boxes and give each one a single bounding box for now. And then maybe I can fix it down the line if I need multiple bounding boxes. There's multiple bounding boxes. Okay, and then we're gonna do that same thing up here. Okay. And when we create a game object, I think a game object needs to include collision and separate 3D. Or does collision already include separate 3D? Well, we'll find out. When we create an object, we should also create a bounding box. Okay, so we're going to create a bounding box, right? So that's going to involve create maybe the function. Okay. Assign bounding box. How about I learn how to spell? How about that? So this is going to be boxes ID, right? We have an ID. Okay. That's the ID for our box. Wait, bounding box should have what? Should have a parent ID. Do we set the parent ID and create? Let's set the parent ID. Int parent ID. Totally forgot to do that. Set parent, and that's box dot parent ID should be equal to parent ID. Okay. So we give it boxes at ID, which means we also need to give it that here. Center. Where's the center? Center should be 0? Hold on, quick sanity check. If I take the center, can I just make it 0, 0, 0? Can I just input that as a fixed, or do I need to make a fixed and put it in? I'm just gonna make a fixed over here and do it that way, just to be safe. Center, there we go. It's equal to just 0. Can I just put a single 0? Well, I know 0 is fixed 0. I get that. I'm asking if to pass by value an entire XYZ vector or XYZ fixed, can I just put this thing like so? I feel like I should be able to do that. And then the dimensions, I'm just going to make dimensions 2, bit shifted 16. Does it need to be a vector? Because I'm telling it that it's a fixed. I mean, I don't know if it makes a difference, but I'll make it a vector if you want. Don't know that it makes a difference because I'm just calling it by individual values anyway. I'm kind of afraid of making it a vector because it's explicitly asking for a fixed in the function over here, right there. I mean, I get they're probably interchangeable though. Yeah, okay. I'll take your word for it for now. I know somewhere in collision I've defined the player distance somewhere. There we go. Here. So I'll take that as the player's bounding box. So I need a player bounding box. Player underscore BB. What's the half width of 0.9? That's 4.5. What do we have to set up? Trying to figure out if I need to change anything here. There we go. Okay. Definitely change that. And then player bounding box. Okay, see you in a minute. Oh no. Oh, I missed that. You're probably already gone. Is it really that bad right now? Oh crap, it is. I want to try and keep everything the same. Let me try to rename everything as create bbox. So every time I see create bb, I'm gonna want create bbox and replace in all open documents. There. Hopefully that fixed it. I really hope that fixed it. Okay, so, I just call it vector. Center is equal to 0, 0, 0. And then, the half, or, well, let me do the full distance then, because I think it's calling for the full distance. So we're saying it's 0.9 right now. Width of 0.9, which is kind of like, I guess, a number that I came up with. It just kind of works. Right now the player is a cube. I feel like it could be different. So I'm giving myself 0.9 front and back, 0.9 front and back. I feel like my height could be bigger. I think I can make my height like 1.7 or something like that, or 1.5. What's average human height? I'm trying to make it feel natural. So 5'9" is the average human height, and let's make that in meters. 1.75. Oh, that feels tall. So 0.75. For now, let's make the height thing is. This feels kind of big actually, but let's make 100,000. Kind of a short guy, but whatever. Oh, there we go. Here's an update. The UCF situation update. There is a guy with a firearm in his waistband entering Tower 1. Police are trying to make contact with him. Okay, so a guy with a gun is on campus, but there's no shooting yet, so it's probably just some kid that thought it would be cool to bring his weapon to his dorm. Okay, I feel comfortable with that for right now. And parent ID, let's make that -1. Okay. Where was I going with this? Game object. Game object, okay, when we create the object, we're going to assign the bounding box. Give it a width of 2. And we have our object ID already. Okay. But that means when we destroy an object, we got to shift the bounding box as well. Apply acceleration. Close this object. Destroy object. There we go. So in the clone object, that's where I need to set this up. Move bounding box. That means, oh, I need to clone bounding box function. That's the only way this is gonna happen. Because the bounding box ID is basically tied to the actual parent ID. This is fun. Okay, let's make clone the bounding box. So let's there we go. Clone box from ID to destination. All right. Clones bounding box to new location. All right. And I think we're just gonna find and replace all the box stuff with from object. Let me see. Control H. Object comes boxes. Place in selection. There we go. But we need to actually have the oh, sorry. Stay down there. We need to have the actual values of the bounding box. We need to fix center and oh god, corners is gonna be a huge freaking headache. Whoops. That's a silly mistake. Almost as silly as me not knowing how to use pointers. Okay, we got to clone center, half, parent ID, and most importantly corners, but this is the first time I think we can actually use a for loop here and save myself some headache. Okay. Let's take position and turn it into center. Go. Set center. Set half dimension. And what is this? It's just half, right? Yeah, half. Velocity comes half. Okay. We're gonna set the corners. Oh, Spagot! Thanks for the follow. Totally forgot I had that notification there. Alright, what was I doing? I was looping through all those guys, but wait, there's a better way of doing this, isn't there? There's reset corners. That ought to do it. All it takes is the half. Okay, let's do that. It's so simple. Set corners. I like it when I do my own work for me ahead of time. That's gonna be box's destination. Alright. Anything else I need to reset? Parent ID. Okay. Reset corners takes all the half dimensions, so like half width, half height, half depth, and creates the corner coordinates based off of that. And that will help out with you know, quickly doing the calculations later when we have to do rotations. Also, when we have to do the projections. We're basically taking the corners are there to be stored for convenience so that we can rotate, and then take dot products to project them down onto a one-dimensional line. Okay. We no longer have to send entity because that's done at game object level. And how much you want to bet that if we have to do this, we also have to destroy object. Let's destroy the B box. Okay, but what's involved in destroying an object, really? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So the reason it requires a special function is so that we can keep an order. And that will eventually... Okay, well, we don't need to reset num objects because we're using num objects for our bounding boxes right now. I have to reorganize this later if bounding boxes become multiple per game object, but for now, we're going to have clone bbox. Num object, I believe, should be coming from game object, so do we need to... Let's pass that in as a value. Okay. So if there's this part is just saying if we have an ID that's more than the number of objects that we're given, then we don't do anything. Otherwise, we will clone the last B box into... So the last valid B box we will clone into the current ID location, effectively destroying the one that's already there. So this is going to be destroy B box here, which means this is destroy B box here. Box here. And that means in game object, when we are cloning an object, there we go. Cloning a B box, we're actually to clone the B box. So we're going to take integer and destination. And this should basically work similarly. And if we have to destroy one, clone object has already taken care of the cloning portion. Now we have to destroy the relevant B box. Okay. So num object hasn't decremented yet. So if we're destroying the last one, we're still destroying the last one, and the ID. Yeah, if the ID is equal to num objects in this case, we're destroying the last one, and then we'll decrement it. Or maybe this needs to be num object -1. Okay, wait, let's real quick double check. Let's see. If there's 0 objects, that's one thing. If the ID is less than 0, that's another thing. And if ID is greater than or equal to num object. Okay, so if you have 5 objects and your ID is 5, the ID 5 is addressing a 6 object. So that's acting the way it should. Okay, I like that. So the B boxes are being accounted for at the same time as the game objects, because the B boxes are effectively an external property of game objects, and that should work. Now, collide all. Okay, there we go. First off, B box collide. So that's we got to fix these inputs. So we're gonna have to give it an initial B box, and the initial B box could be like the player or an object, and the other one is gonna be an ID. Let's give it a pointer to a B box. Box 1. This is gonna be ID for 2. So that means we're going to pass in boxes from ID 2. This is the second box we're comparing against. The first box can potentially be the player, so we have to pass in box 1. It's a bool. It will return true or false, depending on whether something is colliding, which means, there we go. Separate 3D box will do that. Okay. And then in, crap. Let's fix this. I want to make sure everything is consistent. Is BB collide? I'm going to turn that to is B box collide. Place all in all open documents. Oh, that fixed that one too. Okay. Good thing too. Okay. I don't think any of these are going to be relevant except for collide hold. We don't need to reset the collision master because this is going to be happening after that. Okay, let's go back and read up on how the collision master actually works. So the collision master has 201 elements. I believe that element 0 is player collision and everything else is other object collision. So if rough collide all should reveal what's going on here. So the first one we're doing the player, and the other ones we're doing object position. So ID 0 indicates player, ID everything else indicates object position. This feels wrong though. Okay, ID -1 indicates player, ID 0 indicates one of the objects. There we go, that works. And then for each one of these objects. Oh, okay, we're doing mutual comparisons though. That's why we have this kind of triangular for loop. So if we're starting with object 199, then we're only going to compare against one other because we've already compared all the other objects to 199 before, and that gets written to the collision master. And then the collision master, I don't know if I need a second collision master, or I need to turn the collision master into an integer to have levels of collision. Have like rough collision and fine collision, or bounding box collision. Also, the collision master doesn't really communicate who's colliding with whom, which is something of an issue. So now I'm thinking, if I take the collision master and then I Okay, so the collision master is going to have a set number of true values saying, okay, these guys have tested rough for collision already. So once we get to that point, I'm going to have, let's say, out of a group of 200, maybe I'll have like 5 that are colliding at the moment. I'm then going to have to do a secondary sweep against all those true values and compare all those true values to each other. Meaning that if I have, out of those 205 have true values, 5 are potentially colliding, that means for each of those 5, I'm going to have to do mutual checks against each one of them. And the thing is, I'm going to have to set a second collision master. How about this? I'll set a rough collision master and a... Yeah, that's the simple solution, isn't it? I'll take collision master and call it collision master rough. Hopefully that changed everything. And now I'm gonna have to have a collision master B box. Oh boy, I'm already starting to lose people, and it's close to 1 AM for me. But I feel like I'm getting close. I don't want to stop just yet. So we got Collision Master B box that's going to happen after Collision Master Rough, and it's going to start out... well, it should initialize false. I don't know if I have to do that, especially anywhere. Oh, I was looking for Collision Master. Oh, okay. Well, there's my first bit. So, is rough collide all? First bit is you're resetting B box. Okay. Loop first compare from -1. That's the player. Okay. Thing is, I don't think we actually need any of these guys. This is all implicit. I don't have to pull these references like this. I just need to pull the... Oh, actually, no. How about this? I'll take the bounding box. Is equal... Okay. So this is box 1. So that's just going to be holding a pointer, I guess. So the pointer box 1 is going to be equal to the player's collision box, or bounding box, which is player BB. Crap, I did it again. Player BB should be player B box in all instances. And otherwise, box 1 should be boxes of ID. Boxes ID 1. Okay. Is B-Box Glide. There we go. And then instead of having a point, we're going to have box 1 and then integer. So box 1 is that pointer that I just set up. And then we have ID2, which is just a reference. ID2 will be called inside of this guy to call one of the bounding boxes from ID2. And then if collide hold. Oh, okay, that's what that's for. Forgot about that. Okay. Oh, seriously? What is this doing here? That's got lyrics. It's not even Hedgehog music. There we go. Okay, so we're going to test for the collision. And if colliding, then we're going to change the collision master for the B-Box. True. Get it to stop moving. And then we can return. But we should only do this check if okay, here's the thing. Box 1 needs to be ID 1. So if the collision master for both things that we're checking need to be true, so that we can skip this. This is a more numerically intensive check, so we're going to skip if this is not, if the IDs are not, if the rough collide isn't true. So we don't want to check if the rough collide is false, because they're not even close to anything else if the rough collide is false. True. And can I use and like that? Is that how that works? I'm not sure if I can use and like that in C. Maybe it needs to be let me look up C and. It's just okay, double ampersand. That's what I figured. Hey Spagot, I saw you follow me earlier. Thanks for that. And thanks, Ponent, for the reminder on basic C principles. Because I can't be trusted to remember them. Oh boy. Well, where are people coming from? All of a sudden, like, people are just piling into the stream. Okay, so let's just do a quick roundup of what I just did, because I've been mostly talking to myself, kind of mumbling, I think, really. This is the second part of me trying to get 3D collision implemented in a smooth sense. So I've had rough collision, which is if you're within a certain radius, I set off flags that say, okay, I need to start checking for smooth collision. Smooth collision right now is based off of separating axis theorem, which here, let me get the browser open. There we go. Which essentially I'm basing it off of bounding boxes. So the bounding boxes themselves are kind of stand-ins for the hitboxes for, well, they are the hitboxes for the objects that I'm testing with. So I test against 3 normals, X, Y, and Z of each box. And they all are used with the normals of the other boxes, and then the cross products between all these normals get used as another projection to detect essentially a gap between the objects. If I can't find a gap between the objects among any of these projections, all 15 projections, then I say that they're colliding. If not, then they're not. The first time I find a gap, I say they're not colliding, and I can stop checking. So what I'm doing right now in the code is saying, okay, I've already done the rough collision check. If the rough collision flagged true for the first object and the second object, because I'm comparing these two objects, then I can actually see if these two objects are colliding or not. So basically, only check if rough collision flagged for both. And then if they did actually collide, flag bounding box collision. And stop collided should be based off of the master, the collision master for the B box. And then stop ID should work the same way it did before, which is what? Where is stop? Where did I put stop? Is that an input? Did I seriously put stop in input? I don't know if I did. Where is stop? One of you guys, it's not the new function, I know that much. Oh, there we go, it's one of the first things in game object, that makes sense. Stop ID would be... Okay, and I guess the stop ID only checks against... What am I looking for? Stop collided, there we go, it's the very last thing. Stop collided, runs stop for the ID, but it only checks for ID 0, which means the initial collision master doesn't even stop anyone right now. I'll have to figure out a way to handle that later. Okay, technically everything is written and should work. And there's no way it's going to work the first time, so let's see what happens. Well, it doesn't compile, for one. Let's try that. Game object, line 74. What did I do wrong? This is not even new. This is an old function, is it not? No way is this wrong. How does that make sense? Create VBox? Am I looking in the wrong place? I'm looking in the wrong place. This is the wrong file. 74. Okay. Create VBox requires a pointer. This should be a pointer, right? If I address that, should I put like one of these guys on there? Will that help out? Did that help out? Looks like it did, because it's not complaining there anymore. It's complaining in separate 3D line 44. Where are you at? Inside of reset corners. Line 44 specifically. What did I do wrong there? Oh, H. Header. Okay. Line 44. What did I do wrong here? It should just be fine. What's the issue? Num object shadows a global. Wait, global? Global? Ooh, I don't need this because I'm including it from game object. So let's go to destroy VBox and take this off, and it already knows where to look. Convenient. I'm going to take off this because it's got lyrics and it's actually kind of annoying. There we go. Like I said earlier, I don't get disappointed by Sonic Adventure music. Usually. So that means the destroy from game object should be... Destroy? Destroy, there we go. I don't need to pass along num object anymore. Try that. Collision 187. This is remarkably few errors compared to what I was suspecting was going to happen with all this new code. Okay. Pointer, right? Is this a pointer thing? Argument 2. This should be a... Yeah, this is an and. Okay. Pointer, and then... Oh, let's just keep going, because I think it's probably the same. 209, player B-box. Is that player B-box, incompatible type? It's probably an and there, and it's almost certainly an and here. And then, 213. Okay, is that it? Are we done? Let's check. Holy crap, what was that? My goodness, okay. Collision, H29. Wow, how did that happen? I fixed one thing and everything else breaks around it. Syntax error before... Oh, not one of these again. I hate this. 29. Is this not valid? I feel like this should be valid. Because I did, This should be a pointer to a B-box, right? Why doesn't it like it? Syntax error before... Oh, okay, so this is one of those... The inclusions are being stupid things. So, collision should include separate, right? And then separate themselves shouldn't include much else. Yeah, I like that. Game object. Okay, yeah, so they are including game object because we are heavily using that. And game object... Mutual include... Okay, where does this start? Game object includes... Okay, separate 3D C, line 9, includes the H file. H file includes game object, line 16, inclusion of collision. Oh, this, okay, but do I use anything from collision inside a game object? Kind of looks like I do. I need to make game object a, I need to make collisions a property of game object. Meaning game object can no longer include collision. So I need to make this a one-way street and pass information downstream manually. I think that's the issue here. Okay, so that fixed some things, but not all things. R radius undeclared. Okay. How did I break that? 92. Rough radius. That should come from collision, right? Collision should have that rough radius. Yeah? Does main not include collision? Apparently not. Let's include collision. Kind of weird how anything was functioning when that wasn't being included. It's probably because all these mutual includes making a mess of everything. Implicit declaration of front function declare B-box. Game object calls to declare B-box. That is a problem. Line 72. Shoot. How do I get it to call a function from beneath it? That's the problem. Because B-box is grabbing stuff from game object, but I want game object to be able to do stuff like this, but... Problem, I need to construct a one-way street somehow. I need to be able to create a B-box when I create a game object. But game object can't have explicit calls to B-box. So, let's see. Let me try to follow this collision. So, collision is pulling in from separate 3D. Game object should be pulling in from collision. Collision should not be pulling in from game object, but collision needs game object because collision is explicitly finding game objects to do stuff with. So game object is essentially a property of collision. So how do I create a B-box for a newly created object when game object is not allowed to reference stuff from inside of collision? Because it needs to be one way. If I include collision in game object as a mutual include, what breaks? Let's see, what do I have here? Okay. Let's see if that will run. No such file directly. What? Oh, okay. I misspelled something for starters. Yeah, 2 L's, 1 S. Also, that should probably be inside of game object itself. And then all I really need is this. So game object has all the includes built into it. There we go. Oh no. Game object. Okay, so separate 3D is trying to call in something from game object. Does it need to? Do I actually use anything from game object inside a separate 3D? There's IDs. There's some fixeds. There's a lot of math here from SGL, but that's normal. That's fine. I don't think I actually... Wait. Boxes. Boxes is held in... Right here. We're home. We're already there. Num object is grabbed from... What? Num object we're getting from game objects. So yeah, if we get rid of the mutual include here, we still have to pass along game object information or num object information, like we were before. Then we don't have the issue. Okay. So we still need num object. And then the game object, which should be grabbing stuff from collision, which is in turn grabbing stuff from separate 3D. When it destroys the B box, it should be giving it num object as a function. Maybe this is it. Game object is pulling in from... Okay, no, separate 3D is pulling in from separate, which is pulling in from game object. Does separate need game object? I don't think so. First off, in the C file, I can get rid of all this crap. But if I get rid of game object in here, I feel like I can get away with that. Okay, that got rid of that. So what's the next problem? Syntax error before numeric. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Celebrated too early. Syntax error before numeric. What is the syntax error here? C17. Separate 3D. Oh, sorry. 17. There we go. Create VBox. Okay. What's the problem? Syntax error before numeric constant. What does that even mean? Line 17. It's somewhere on here. But what is the syntax error? All these look fine to me. Is it center? Does center not have... Oh, create bbox should... I'm not declaring a function there. I'm implementing one. But I can't... Oh, no, I can because I already... I do the import. That wasn't it? Huh. Oh, does it need this? That's not what it's asking for, but I feel like it needs that. Does create bbox. Needs a pointer. There we go. We need fixed. I'm gonna pass fixed. I shouldn't have to pass by reference. I think pass by this. Does this work as pass by value? Can I pass by value with a vector like that, or is that not how that works? Hmm. But that I don't think that's the issue. Well, let's. All right, how about this? Because I kind of need all this stuff in here anyway. Let me do an initialize player function. Initialize player bounding box. There we go. Void player bbox init. Shouldn't really need anything special in there. Yeah, that all should work just fine. What, do I need to put a void in there for lack of stuff in it? Okay, is it create bbox? Okay, first let's initialize. We're gonna want to initialize this somewhere, so let's I guess we'll put that. Zero. Yeah, we can put that in the main function. I don't need that line anymore. We'll do initialize player collision, and then we'll move this when the game actually gets some real organization in it. Okay. So, let's see, line 60, 69, reset corners. Oops, I didn't need to do that. Need to do that. Actually, it's already a pointer. There we go. Line 72, request remember parent ID in something that structure union. What is a structure? You just, isn't it? It should be. Am I addressing it right or wrong? Try again. Okay, does this need to be an arrow, I guess? Or there needs to be a star there somewhere? I don't know. More pointer crap that I'm not good at. Okay, I guess that fixed it. Line 83, moving on. Reject 1DB box. Oh, I know we fixed this somewhere else already. Object undeclared. Object. Ah, oh, crap! I need objects to do this, which means separate 3D needs to be able to use game object, which is what I was trying to avoid. Okay, we can get around this somehow. Because all we need the object for is what? We need the object for position. Right? That's it. And where is project 1DB box coming from? Okay, it's coming from here. This is taking box 1 and box 2. Oh, crap. I really wish these mutual includes weren't such a freaking big headache. Okay, so we've established I'm not allowed to use game object inside a separate 3D, so everything needs to be one-directional information flow. Okay, sorry, Okay, so everything needs to be one-directional information flow. I cannot use objects inside of here, but all I'm taking from objects, I think, is position. So if I can pass the position down, but the position needs to be clear for both boxes. So, box... There's the box, and I have to pass down a position, or an object position from the box. Hey, what's the deal with this? What's going on here? That's totally wrong. It's not field 2, that's, what is that? Box 1 and box 2, that, yeah. How did I miss that? Doesn't solve the problem with the object, though. The whole point of having parent ID is so I can reference back to the object. And if I try to re-include game object, I break the whole thing, don't I? Yeah, it's this problem again. So I have syntax here before star. In collision H. 929. Because it won't even recognize that the B box is a thing because apparently it won't get declared first. So I can't use game object. Means what? Do I have to pass down a position for all of these guys? Game object C includes its own header file, and that header file includes collision, which I think it needs. I think it definitely needs collision, because collision has what? Wait, does it need collision? There's no way it doesn't need collision. That wouldn't make any sense to me. Game object. What are you calling? You have your list of objects. Okay, that's fine. Velocity. You not call anything from collision? There has to be something from collision that you take. Collision has what? Has rough radius. Oh yeah, it definitely has rough radius. It does not have rough radius. What the heck? Collision master. Do you take the collision master at all? Master. Does not take the master. Distance functions. Okay. What does the game object actually use? Oh, this is no longer here anymore. This is done. That's not even close to being there. I don't think game object needs to inherit from collision, which is very odd. Okay, let's take that out, and then we can give it back to here. Object.h. I didn't know that was even a nuance I could take advantage of. That could probably save me a lot of headaches. But let's see if this actually worked, though. Okay, what did I break? Oh, this looks like normal bad code. This is not like include crap. So maybe this is it. Line 68. Implicit declaration of function create. Let's try doing that thing that you just told me to do. Okay. Wait, do any of these functions actually ask for bounding box? Box? None of these ask for a box. Okay, cool. I'm okay with that. Let's give it separate underscore 3D and see if that helps. Declaration of num object shadows a global declaration. That's a good problem to have. I'm okay with that now. That's in separate 3D. We are including game object. Wait, should we be including game object here? Okay. Yeah. I just decided to do that. So I can get rid of this. Meaning I can get rid of this here. I think that should say void in it. I'm not sure. Try again. Too many arguments of function destroy B-box. Is that seriously? Are you freaking? You're breaking my balls, Sigmund. Come on. Or is this SH2's fault? Yes, that's a freaking JoJo's reference. I didn't even. I don't. That's the first time that joke has been made on this stream. I don't know how it hasn't come up before. Holy crap. Welcome to the stream, not real SAS. I don't recognize your name. I don't know if you've been here before. I'm a little bit tired right now. Okay. Oh yeah. What am I doing? Destroy B-box. Too many arguments. To function destroy B-box. In the C. Oh, okay, destroy B-box is... That was just me writing it incorrectly. That's it. It should only have to take in int ID. Is that it? Is that the last error? Until more errors? Yep. More errors. Okay. Okay. Passing argument to from incompatible pointer type. I do not believe you. Oh, no, I'm not playing Sonic freaking Heroes on this thing. That's off the playlist instantly. Terrible song. Okay, let's separate 3D line 257. There we go. This is the amount of bug checking I was expecting. This is because when I first saw it, it was such a small number. I was like, okay, there's no way that's actually accurate. But now I'm cleaning up the code a bit, so that's nice. Passing argument 2 from incompatible pointer type. Scaled. What, does that need to be a pointer? Like, is that a reference? Do I need to do nya and nya? Will that help? Will that make you happy? I didn't have to do that before. Oh, wait. Wait. This is that kind of reference. Forgot to give you that. Yeah, because I'm used to this being a single vector, but this is actually a huge freaking array, so had to give it that. Uh, 130. Warning, unused variable R2 and R1. Oh, don't give me that crap. What's the actual error? I'll use that eventually. In function clone object. Separate 3D 291. This should not be clone object. This should be clone box. Clone B box. Did I just... Was I too lazy to do that? Clone B box. Yeah, it's clone B box. Reset corners. The incompatible type. Oh, let's... I believe that's the problem there. Is it compiling? Is it actually compiling? No way. Okay, finally. Let's see if this actually worked. Box? Box. Okay. Oh, that's disappointing. I was so excited to see that work. Why isn't it triggering? Okay, we gotta figure out why that. Okay, first off, we gotta figure out if the rough collision's actually happening. So let's give ourselves another printout. Where do I actually do the printouts? I bet it's on somewhere stupid like input or something. Wow, this is a lot of stuff I probably shouldn't have in there. Okay. Timer, game object. Featuring, just do it like this. There we go. Okay. Here's some printouts. Position, velocity. Let's do checking the collision master. Okay. So where is the collision master? I need rough and E-box. Check collision. If here we go. It's going to be num object -1. If that, I'll head out for a little bit. Else, get a check for rough collision. Okay, if the collision master rough reads this, let me paste this down here somewhere. It's going to print out over here. Rough. Rough colliding. And if not, no rough colliding. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And just move the next line over to 20. So let's check. Bounding box collision. I was actually kind of half expecting that to work, so I'm a little disappointed. Box collision, or box colliding, no box colliding. Sigwin. Don't be that guy. Input. Okay, let me see. Collision Master Rough. Oh, that's right. I probably should include... Hashtag include separate underscore 3D.h. Guys, come on. Come on, why you gotta be like that? Undeclared? It's... Oh, wait, no. Wrong one. I need to include collision. Okay. So we're going to try and see in real time which collisions are being triggered. No box colliding. Oh, I need to offset that by 20. I forgot to do that. So I can't even see what's going on there. But maybe this will reveal something that I'm not doing. Okay. Let's, $20, 20. Okay, what else do I need to do? I'm gonna need to start paying attention to what's going on here, because I bet you some stupid math or something is wrong, I guess. I feel like it's really hard for me to screw up a cross product, but maybe that's one of the problems, I don't know. But it shouldn't be... The cross products aren't even the ones that are checking for the collision here. The ones that are checking for collision are going to be the normals. The face normals should be the ones, the projections that actually do what's going on here. Come on, man. The normal faces are the ones that we're going to be determining whether or not this thing is going to stop, so... Really, it'll be decided within the first 3 loops. No rough gliding, no box gliding. Now this falls, at the very least, if the code is still consistent, it should still trigger a rough collision. Okay, it is rough colliding, but box collision never gets triggered, so there's something wrong with my, my collision code. Also that, I'm not blanking the output, so it looks like crap. Let me see. 1920. Yeah, thing is, I solved this in 2D. I figure 3D should be more the same. I don't know why it's different. Let's... Here, let me open this up. I'm gonna go use the restroom right quickly, and then I'm gonna figure out why this ain't working. Let's see, X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. Okay, just a minute. Okay. Oh, okay, I'll see you, opponent. Thanks for sticking around. I know it's late. I don't know if I should continue this on as a part 3 sometime down the road since it's already near the 4-hour mark. I'll see. I'll see how I feel in 20 minutes or so if I want to keep going. Okay, well, scaled are doing just fine. I feel like I can afford to print out these extents. So there's all this B-box manipulation. That's just fine. Are the B-boxes being created correctly? That's my first question. So when I create the object, create V-box, okay, going in the right place, center, okay, I'm okay with that. Alright. So they all have width, height, and depth 2, X, Y, Z. The ID should still be what the ID is, so that's that. Huh. So I feel like those boxes are being created. The boxes exist. So what can I test? Okay, that makes sense to me. Calculate the field extents. Okay. Maybe I can print out the field extent for each one of these guys. So, well, it's not the field extent anymore, is it? So, I just call it the projection extents. It's not, we're not dealing with 2D fields anymore, we're doing 3D projections down to 1D. What can we print out that is useful here? We can print out... Okay, we'll have 15 printouts. That's a lot. It's really... 15 times 2? 30? I have 430. Can I put 30 printouts on the screen and be okay? Let's check. How many lines do I actually have? Probably not that many. Let's say... Well, for right now, let's only do projections against normals. And remind ourselves that we have to do... loop through... normals. Loop through scaled normals for collision checks. 15 of them. There's 15 of them. Right now I'm going to narrow it down to 3, so I'm just doing the faces. Or, actually 6 faces from both. Okay. So this should calculate the extent for... Okay, so there's coordinates for the box 1 and the coordinates for box 2. Oh, wait. The coordinates for box 1, are we properly moving them around? Let's see. There's going to be projected 1D box. Yes, it's taking the center, which should be 0 for everyone, but also taking the position from the object, and that position is a variable. So that should be grabbing it correctly. Maybe I can do a printout of the corners of the box. Would that be valid? What gets called? Okay, first off, who includes separate 3D? That way I can just call it. This can go back to 15 for now. Who calls separate 3D? Collision, and then collision all separate 3D. So input should be able to call that kind of stuff. So if I wanted to print out, how about we spell this right? So let's print out the corners of those of the latest bounding box. Print bounding box corners. It's going to be a lot. Zero, 9. Boxes. Object -1. Corner. Actually, no. I'm not going to do that here. I'm going to do that... where can I do that? When we actually calculate where that corner is. Which is where? It's going to be... here, right? Calculate offsets for... scale normal times corner 0, 0 times offset. Whoa. What's going on here? Corners. Oh, that's the initial. So then, let's add a print statement then. Project 1DB box. Maybe I'll just have to... I'm gonna have to add a new function. I'd have to add a print corners. Bounding box corners. It's just... the function is literally just a debugging function. Print corners. ID. That's going to be an integer. So let's print these bounding box corners. So we're going to go from 0 to 8. Are we actually gonna have room for all these? That's gonna be... Yeah, I think we're gonna have room for all these. So we already do something similar over here, where we print out 3 numbers in a row. At 0, 13, and 26. Let me copy that over. So instead, this number is going to be, it's going to be XYZ. And alright. So we have, well, it's not going to be at 3 anymore. What's it going to be at? What line are we on? We're on line 8, so let's go to line 9. Actually, it's going to be line 9 plus I. And then the actual value is going to be boxes ID, arrow corners, row I 0. Okay, well, let me just double check, make sure that's actually how it's going to work out. I feel like that's probably a better way of doing it. Where's reset corners? Corners, where are you? There we go, reset corners. Give me the proper syntax here. There we go. Okay, reset corners. Reset corners gave me this. But that's actually boxes, and it still has ID on it. And then that should be I 0. Really hope boxes is a real thing. Not losing it. And then there's going to be 1 for Y and 2 for Z. And if I'm right, when we print, or when we drop the first falling box, these guys will update actively and should kind of realistically portray where the corners of the box are. Boxes. Okay, yeah. So let's put print corners into this area. And then also into input. And this should be, what, num object -1. Alright, that feels right. Seriously? Wait frames. Unused. Oh, that's unused. 172. Syntax error before what? Oh, I probably need a semicolon there, don't I? Also, I don't need a... It's not a void. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Unused, unused, invalid. Really? 3, 25, 26, 27 in separate 3D. Is that a dot instead? Can't even tell anymore. Oh yeah, it was a dot. Okay, back to Mendefend. Okay, let's see if the corners actually show up. Drop the box. Okay, there we go. That looks correct to me. So we got negative, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, negative, positive, 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 negative, positive. Yeah, all these combinations look like corners to a cube to me. That doesn't look right. That looks like things are not being added together. This should be, it's either rough colliding now, but they're not smooth colliding. Why didn't these things update? The ID should be numObjects -1, so right now that should be element 2 out of boxes. So why is this still -1, -1, -1? That should have been changing with position of the object. So let's take a look. It looks like this position's not actually being updated correctly. Oh. Oh. It shouldn't be that. It should be whatever I actually used. Maybe there's a better way of doing this. Maybe when I reset corners, I should be let's see. So reset corners. Before rotation, then I rotate, and that's not implemented yet. Rotate, and then offset. And the offset will be position from the parent object, right? Yeah, that sounds right. So then when I do this over here, offset no longer becomes necessary. I can just reset corner. Oh, I also need the box center. Okay, for integer I is equal to 0, going to 8 plus, okay. So we loop through every object and okay, so this is assuming I've already rotated it. Now I can just add offsets. It's equal to that plus box center X, all right, plus object position, which is not corners from X offset. Yeah, let's go ahead and just put all these. I'll just reset corners at the beginning of every, Oh, I probably should have done that to begin with. That might have been the first mistake. Calculate offsets based off game position. Okay. Game object position should be in here. And then this should instead be this. X. Oops. And then we'll take the object position similarly. Y, Z. I don't understand why this is distinct from this. This feels wrong somehow. I'm gonna make this a dot, because that feels right. And the offset is gonna be this plus X offset, Y and Z, and then instead of 0 for the first one, it's gonna be I for the whatever index we're doing. Here's gonna be 1 and 2. I 1, 2, and then this is gonna be Y, Z, and I forgot the plus sign. It should be center of the box. Well, I mean, this should already be 0. And then this part should be whatever position the actual object's in. I just copied stuff out of here, but I don't need these X offsets anymore. Okay. Similarly here, I don't need these anymore. I do need to reset corners when I start calculate corners for bounding box. Reset corners, and what's the input? An index? No, it's a box. Okay, just as well. Box. There we go. Okay, so we do. Okay, we take our scaled. Stance 1 and 2. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree with all that. So, reset corners is happening. Okay. Okay, rotation is to be added. We're going to support that in a little bit. Alright, this feels right to me. So that means when I actually call for the corners are where I expect them to be, because every time I check for the bounding box, I have reset. Okay. Well, when I create the bounding box, I reset the corners. And then when I checked for a projection, I should already... I will reset the corners again. Let's try that. Oh, on every time. Center and something not a structure union. What? Definitely a structure union. Box.center. So box is the input, is it not? Yeah, box. Is it an arrow? Did you want an arrow instead? Because it's I'm inputting a pointer? Am I doing it wrong again somehow? Let's try that again. Okay, there we go. Alright. Second box is not updating apparently. Or no, it will be updating when it's in colliding range. Isn't it? Rough colliding, still not updating. If it's rough colliding, it should be triggering wait a minute. Put it here. None of these guys are moving in coordinate. I mean, there's a 4 and a 6 there. That's nice. But their coordinates aren't moving. The very first thing that happens when I create the box should be reset. So, what gives? When I reset the corners, they should all have this. And then they should all have a rotate, or an offset added to them. Yeah, this should be happening every time we reset the corners, and the resetting corners happens when we create the freaking box. Oh, let's well, this shouldn't be the problem, but it definitely isn't helping. It's looking for a parent ID, but that parent ID hasn't been set yet when you create the box. So let's try again. Come on. Yep, there we go. There's the box. Okay. I'm not sure if I believe those numbers. Oh, those numbers might be real. I don't know. Ah! But the Z feels off. Let's try. Oh, okay. But this needs to update as soon as it's in rough colliding range. It is rough colliding, it's not updating. So the rough collision is not triggering the collision check for the actual box. So I think it's a matter of a bad check. Let's see where my check bounced. Only check if rough collision is flagged for both. Okay, so if collision master, the rough collision master needs to be true for both of these guys. Oh, maybe +1 is the wrong way to do this. In fact, it almost certainly is. Okay, so it looks like the rough collision was not triggering. Or the bounding box collision was not triggering. So let's drop this. Drop a train on the Megger. As soon as rough collision starts triggering, then the bounding box collision should start triggering and these numbers should start updating. It's rough colliding and they're not updating. Let us... Okay, let me see. Where can I add another print statement? So we're on 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, line 17, let's print a statement if this thing's actually trying. Let's take a print statement from over here. From line 17, I guess. Okay, so we're checking for box. I don't know, I put collision. Oh, wait, no, stop. Oh, whatever. I was gonna blank that input when it stopped checking, but I just, as soon as it flags, it'll pop up, so whatever. Might be something like even more fundamentally wrong than I was checking for. Okay, it's rough colliding. It's not checking all. Like, it's not even trying to check. So, it's rough colliding, but it's not triggering. What gives? Can I print a boolean? Is that valid? I print a boolean like that? How's a boolean stored? It's like 1 or 0, right? Basically the same. Let's check the print statements and see if I can print boolean. Quit that. Tell me print hex. SL print. Okay, can I print string? But can I print bool? Is that an option? Print bool. It is not an option. Okay. How do I? Oh! I put an if statement in. What am I even thinking? Thing is, I already know that the rough collision for the first one is happening. I don't know if the rough collision for the second one is happening. Or at least, where's that print statement happening? Okay, this is... Oh! Bool and C should be defined as a number. Yeah, but I'm just worried about the print statement not handling it well, because the print statements in SGL aren't fantastic. Like, you can print a fixed, and you can print strings, but that's about it. Or hex, you can print hex too. But everything else you kind of have to convert. So it's a bit of a mess. So when something is rough colliding, I'm going to check the previous object as well, and hopefully that won't cause the program to crash. So if this... First off, let's check if number of objects is... Okay, I'll just screen it because I don't want this program to crash. If num object greater than or equal... greater than 1. There we go. Now I can feel better about this. Oops. Okay. Then I can just do a repeat of this. Except for, instead of 1, it'll be 2. Minus 2, and then second. I'll just call this second. Second colliding. Second not colliding. There we go. Fits. We'll see if the collision either the collision master is wrong, which I don't think it is, or something is wrong with the way this thing is checking. Or maybe I can multiply these two together and get a number, but I don't think that's going to be any different. Okay. So no rough colliding, no box colliding. And then the second object... Oh, second not colliding. I know for a fact that that's wrong. So it's not getting written somehow. Why is that? Why is the collision master not getting written somehow? Let me fix that print statement so it becomes a little bit clearer. That should be like line 18 and not 8. But that collision master, the second object, for some reason is not writing that rough collide. Meaning that when I check rough collision, where's rough collision? Oh, it's going to be under collision, isn't it? The problem is actually rough collide all, for some reason, is not writing. This looks wrong. Or maybe it's right. Maybe I was addressing it incorrectly. Collision master is iterated by +1. And then that means the print statements need to be for num object and num object -1. Because collision master 0 is actually -1 for the player. Object -1s. Collision master is 1 bigger than the actual collision. Sure, there's a better way of doing that, but I don't know. Second not colliding. Okay, let's see if it ever comes into collision range. Rough colliding, second colliding. But no box collision. Okay. And it didn't look like the those points. These don't look to be updating, even though they should be in rough collision range. Second colliding should be overridden by second not colliding. Oh, no, it's those guys are perpetually colliding. But the vertical information doesn't seem to be updating at all, meaning that even though it's rough colliding, if it's rough colliding, if it's being detected as rough colliding, that means it should automatically be trying to set off the box collision code. So, what is going on in Separate 3D? No, it's not Separate 3D, it's collision. It's this thing itself. So this is somehow stopping. Oh, I don't need equals true, I just need if this and this. So yeah, if it's n-1, that's the player, then it goes to 0. And it can be ID less than 200. So 199 becomes 200. That sounds wrong. It should be 201. No, wait, no. No, because if this can go up to a 99, this will go to 200. No, wait. Now I'm confused. So this is a reset for the collision master. And then this starts at -1, so everything needs to be iterated by 1. Okay, this follows. So 199 becomes 200, and 200 is the index we need to write. Okay, I'm okay with that. This, if this is the case, so ID1 and ID2, maybe that's the one I'm not looking at right. Is this equals or less than equals? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Let me see. So if the number of objects is like 2, there's 2 objects. That means the ID should be able to go up to 1, and that means collision master element 2. Well, that looks right. And then box 1 is either player box or a box from ID 1. This looks right. And then ID2 is whatever ID2 is. This looks correct. So what's the deal with that? Is B-Box Collide. Okay, maybe this is not... Actually, I think we've established this isn't even triggering, somehow. Let me... Let me try to see if this is actually getting triggered out. So this is on line 19. This is... checking bounding box. So if this happens even once, I'll see the flag. Sigwin, don't be that guy. This is turning into a real pain. I don't know if I want to come back on Sunday and try to finish this off. Okay, there's one object, not colliding. Second object, not colliding. But if it starts colliding, then it should trigger the check. Right? They're colliding. They're not checking. They're colliding, but they're not checking. And they're not updating either. So, what does that mean? That means the bounding box, or the collision master for the bounding box might not be getting written right. I don't know. No, it can't be getting written at all because we haven't even performed the check. Let's... But we're writing, we're seeing it. The collision master for, if there's two objects, collision master element 2 gets written, and then collision master element 1 gets written as either colliding or not colliding. And both of these seem to be colliding. So then why, when we check over here, if, we should probably do num object. I mean, that doesn't solve the problem, but I think it should be that anyway. And this is differentiate between player, bounding box, and objects. Okay, I'm fine with that. Loop through, second, compare object after ID. Second, compare objects, plural, or compare boxes, bounding boxes, after ID 1. So ID 1 can start off, if it's -1, then we're going to check every object. We're going to start with 0 and go right up until before num objects. And that way we'll be able to find elements in Collision Master. Here, if we're checking the player, it's going to be element 0. And then Collision Master here, we're going to be checking something from 1 to num objects. So, why isn't this printing out? That's my first question. Wait a minute. There's got to be an explanation for this. Why we see we see the Collision Master getting written via this print statement. We see that rough colliding is happening, meaning we have two objects. So Collision Master element 2 is colliding, and Collision Master element 1 is colliding. So if 2 and 1 are colliding, should not the... Wait, is this even being called? That's my first question. Oh my goodness, did I not write in the function in there? Where is it in there? Is rough collide all? Oh, you gotta be free. I feel idiotic. Oh my goodness. I didn't even put it in the main loop. After we check for rough collide, we have to check for box collide, and then we can stop colliding the ones that are box collided. That was dumb. That was so dumb. Oh god. That's the point where I say let's try packing this up. Let's try to finish this thing off, and then I guess maybe on Sunday I'll come back and finish the rotation if this actually worked. Oh, let's switch over to Mendefend. My bad. Come on. Not colliding. Come on. Come on. Update for me. Hey! Check the bounding box, but it stopped it early. What's up with that? Did it find a collision? It's still moving, but it's not moving. That looks so wrong. That doesn't look right at all. Something weird is happening. I mixed up some math somewhere. But it stopped. That's nice. Okay. Back to the collision algorithm. We already know it's going to be checking that. I'm not worried about that. Let's see if box beat and 2. Oops. Box. Okay. This is gonna be beatbox. Okay. Something weird happened where values are getting written way past where they need to be. So every time we check the bounding box. Okay, there's print corners. I'm fine with that. Reset corners should be... Okay, yeah, reset corners should be taking the half extents and placing them where they need to be with the X offset. Yeah, this part makes sense to me. For some reason, when we do something with the either projection or some sort of collision algorithm, corners are being written in places where they shouldn't. Okay, I agree with this value. This extent feels right. Okay, we're calculating some normals. And these projections are already handling the corners. Why do the corners freaking explode? Okay, who all is calling the actual corners? Because the corners explode as soon as the check starts. Okay, so there's reset corners. And then the offset gets added in reset corners. So when do we call the reset corners? We call it when we create a B-box and when we do the 1D projection. Okay, we have corners in separate 3D, where it should be. And we have print corners. But I don't see anything special going on here where it's like... where we're not seeing what we're supposed to be seeing. You have all the corners being called in the way that that is, you know, that makes sense to me. Then reset corners is being called either when we create a box or when we test against it. There, reset corners. When we clone the box, there we go. That makes sense. 15. All this makes sense to me. All this looks logical. Is something happening in collision? Air bounding boxes after. Okay, yeah, there we go. Collision is box collide. Okay, that makes sense. Then why do the corners explode? Okay, so here's the thing. It stops, but only if where's stop? Stop what? Stops. It stops. Stop ID. Stop ID. Where's stop ID? Is that near the top? Or is that under game object? I think that's probably under game object. It's one of the first things in game object, actually. Change the velocity. Okay. So then the position should be stabilized. Okay, let's run that again, because I think I still have a position printout for the latest object. So it'll be good to compare. We have the object. Okay, it's not colliding, it's not updating. It's gonna start colliding soonish, and it should start updating. There, but now it's colliding and some weird stuff is happening. That shouldn't. It looks like we're adding stuff to the corners, and we shouldn't. Like, stuff is constantly being added to corners, but they're not being reset. But the only place the corners get added to is in the reset, where they are reset. Okay, let's try position. How is it colliding? You guys are so far away from each other. Everyone says they're colliding. That doesn't make any sense. They're too far away to be colliding. They're frozen. Things are being added to the corners that don't need to be added to the corners, and now they're all just rolling over each other. I don't understand where it's happening. Okay. That's back to the top. Okay, reset corners. Right? This is manipulating the value, right? Feel like, yeah, I'm addressing it right, because when I do the print statement, where's the print statement? Oh, okay, print corners. Where's print corners? When I do the print statement, okay, boxes dot corners. Am I not addressing it right? Okay, where's the reset? Maybe I'm addressing it wrong. Boxes dot corners. Reset corners. Okay. Box. No. It's box. So I'm pointing. I'm giving a box pointer in here in reset corners. Means when I give it one, this should be a pointer, right? So it's passing in a pointer, that's a pointer of the box, right? Pointer, box, okay. Okay, so reset corners requires a pointer to box. We give a pointer box, and at boxes at destination. Is that the wrong one? 306? 306, 306, 306, 306. Maybe this is wrong. No, because I'm not cloning anything. That's not even the issue. That never even comes up. Does this need to somehow be a pointer? Okay, when does this happen? When I create the box, and it looks right. Okay, project 1D. Maybe I'm not giving it the right thing. When does project 1D come up? So box 1 and box 2 are already pointers. These guys are going crazy. I feel like I'm not going to be making a lot of progress on this one for the rest of the night. I need to think about this a little bit, and I'm going to try to come back later this weekend to finish this thing off, because I feel like I'm close, but I'm missing something obvious. I don't know if I'm... It doesn't look like I got a wrong pointer, actually. Now that I think about it, it looks like... It keeps coming back to me looking at it and saying, hey, we keep adding something to the corner without resetting it first. It looks like we're adding something there, but does that mean we've got a pointer somewhere that we're adding to? I don't think that's what's going on, but it might be. That means every reference to boxes, I'm going to have to check to see if I'm adding something to it. But I'm looking through all this, and I don't see anything. Box corners. Huh. Here, this is the place where it's actually being added to, but this guy ought to have been reset way the heck earlier on in this giant freaking thing. Unless half is being added to and done so incorrectly. Maybe that's it. When I reset the halves, set corners, are the halves being written to somehow? Half. Oh, what's this? XDim. And XDim, is XDim, that's just the creation, though. That only comes up once, and that should be done right anyway. This is a copy. And that's only for a clone, which doesn't come up anyway. Nothing seems to be getting added to half that isn't supposed to be there anyway. Oh boy. Alright, how about this? Let's go raid someone. I'm gonna pack it in for the night. And then we'll pick this up hopefully later again this weekend when I've had time to try and sleep on this problem, because this is an unexpected roadblock that I feel like this algorithm's already working if I can figure out how to fix this one thing where it's not checking the right thing, where it's adding the wrong thing. But everything else seems to be in place. So let me, well, first off, let's change this music to something a little bit more, not gonna put me to sleep at least. Oh, there we go, that's close enough. Let's try raiding. Who do we want to raid? Anyone actually online right now? Kind of late. figure out who's actually doing stuff right now. Let's see. Oh, Spunky Raccoon's on. Another pirate crew person. Let's go for Spunky. All right, guys, get ready to raid. Find another game developer to bother for the evening. Everyone get ready to say hi to Spunky Raccoon.